welcome one and all here to the Umzansi Esports League. Welcome back to our 5th season as we continue to try and discover who is the best of the best on the African continent, and of course bring you all that action second by second so you can also witness the ascent of crowning kings in the FIFA 22 side and in PUBG Mobile. Of course, this is our 3rd week, the 2nd day of proceedings. Still a long way to go before we find out who is the best of the best, and of course that means that we have a ton of competition to still witness. Today we are starting off as usual with FIFA 22, and to bring you that action will be myself, Snare, and Tendo Plays. Good sir, how are you feeling today? You look magnificent today, so how did you get looking so good in such a quick span of time? Share your secrets, bro.
There's no secrets to share. I mean, just take care of yourself a little bit, here and there. But besides all of that, besides Snare gassing me up, I am doing good. I am excited for another day of FIFA. Yesterday was quite exciting. I think we didn't really expect the outcome for some of those matches. Shout out Mobizilla for taking that dub over Masum. Today, I think it's going to spell just about the same kind of madness.
Ooh, those are some very nice predictions from Tendo there. So quite excited to see if the games do indeed pan out as exciting as yesterday's proceedings were. But of course, to see that, there's still a lot of things to see for the day. But let's see who we're going to be having coming up on the card for today's proceedings, because we cannot have that kind of competition. We cannot have upsets without FIFA players. So let's see who we have coming up today on the FIFA 22 side of things. We start proceedings here, Tendo, with a very interesting matchup. Ruxa the Ruler and Young Savage before moving over to Divac versus Julio the Beast Bianchi. And then, of course, afterwards, we will be proceeding towards PUBG Mobile, where we'll be seeing our usual maps of Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar being played out by Groups B and D for this evening. But we begin with FIFA, and we begin with not just any kind of matchup, Tendo. Young Savage, the young man who is a defending champion in the FIFA 22 side of things, taking on Ruxa the Ruler, who's finally managed to break through into the Umzansi Esports League. He was kind of the king of the Nkosi Super Cup for a while, couldn't get through the promotion relegation qualifiers, but he's finally here. He finally gets to take on somebody whose story he's actually trying to replicate, isn't he, Tendo?
Yeah, I think for Ruxa, there's a lot to play for, especially coming up against Young Savage, right? Someone who's been in a similar position and has now gained a lot more experience. It's going to be a good dub if he can find it, but it's going to be a difficult dub. Young Savage on a bit of a redemption arc, still from last season. He hasn't really picked it up after winning in season 3. It's do or die for Young Savage in this game. I think if somehow Ruxa pulls it out of the bag today, I don't know what to say about Young Savage. We'll have to reevaluate on some, of our stats that we have this side. But I'm looking forward to Divac versus the Beast Bianchi, because for the Beast, obviously there's going to be, hey, top of the table game. And for Divac, it's going to be like, look, I need to keep contesting for this top 4 position. And I think it's going to shake up the table quite a little bit if Divac manages to win.
Of course, it will have a major ramifications if he does manage to eke out that victory. But let us see what all these players are playing for. They're not just here to entertain us. They're not just here to improve their own station in the FIFA 22 world. They are here for this all-important prize pool. We're giving away $17,600 in total here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. $15,100 in the PUBG Mobile side of things. And then, of course, here in FIFA 22, we have $2,500 on the line. I know some of you at home might be asking, wait a second, why is the distribution so stark between PUBG Mobile and FIFA 22? That's because in FIFA, you don't have any teammates. You are all by your lonesome. You are your own teammate, your own coach, your own backup, your own cheerleader. You have to do it all by yourself. So, of course, you get to keep all that money by yourself. And let's see how much of it you can gain by yourself if you win, Tendo. $1,200, $1,200. Young Savage has won that kind of money before, so he knows exactly what it's like to taste that glory. He'll certainly be looking to try and do it again. On the other side, for Ruxa the Ruler, even if he doesn't find himself elevated up into the leaderboard, even if he ends at 7/8, this will still be the most amount of money he's getting here in the ecosystem of Northern Gaming Africa, because we're giving away $50 even just for being here. But it gets so much more tantalizing the higher up this leaderboard you climb, doesn't it, Tendo?
Yeah, it does get a lot more tantalizing indeed. So you want to make sure you're finishing in that top four position just to have a shot at even winning it all. It's going to be playoffs, it's going to be single elimination, and that's where the real FIFA begins. But of course, staying in the league is always good. It always gives you a time to improve, time to watch the playoffs a little bit and be like, all right, what can I pick up from this to bring in next season? But you have to avoid relegation, guys. Seventh, eighth position. Yes, you're going to walk away with a little bit of money, but then you need to face that gauntlet, and we've seen how difficult that gauntlet can be. You can just drop right out of this league, and I mean, yeah, this is where it starts for both these players coming into this next match, right? That we're building up, Ruxa and Young Savage. They don't want to be facing that gauntlet later on.
Nope, absolutely not. Especially because they've been on the other side, taking down some of these players that have fallen into that all very difficult grinder that the gauntlet is. So they have the ability to take some of these players down. They know what it's like to be at the bottom, and they don't want to go back there. Especially because as we look at this leaderboard, it's not just the situation of this money that they want to make sure that they get a piece of. They want to be able to look at themselves and see some of the best names in African FIFA underneath them. They want to be where Bobo Beast and the Beast Bianchi are, staring down the Mobis, the Masums, the Divox, incredible players in their own right. And you can say that, yes, I'm actually at the top of the leaderboard. Young Savage has done this successfully, has won out before. Ruxa the Ruler, it's his chance to be able to do it. But in this opening matchup, Tendo, it's especially important for either of them to get their dubs because, like you mentioned earlier, feels like a sort of last chance situation where if you don't win this matchup, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in that relegation scrap. And worse yet, whoever loses this matchup is going to get even more negative goal difference against them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what's about to happen in this game is going to maybe foreshadow what happens in the next game because Divock is in a really powerful position right now if he can beat the Beast Bianchi. Because ultimately, look at it, Young Savage sitting on 1 point, Ruxa the Real is sitting on 0. If Young Savage wins, that's going to be him on 4 points. If Ruxa wins, 3 points. And Divock right now sitting on that 3 point mark, right? If he wins this game, coming into this one, he's going to be at 6. And then it's just going to shake things up in such a weird manner for those bottom three players. So there's a lot riding in this match for Young Savage and Ruxa because you don't want to be ending up in that position where you're still either going to be sitting on 1 or 0. Like you said, it's basically going to be impossible leading up to these matches, right? It's only 7 games that these guys get to play in overall. So you have to take this one and grab it because it's about to get really steep.
Yeah, it's kind of wild when you mention it in that way. Only 7 games. So when I'm seeing some of these players like Bobo Beast, Mobizilla, Masum, and Darth Mayhem having already played 3, effectively signals halfway through your journey here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. So you need to make sure that every single game you accrue some kind of points from it. Of course, so far, we haven't had a single person win all of their matches, which means that it's an extremely closely contested season of the Umzansi Esports League, and that contest will not get any more starkly separated because it only gets closer and closer the more we approach the playoffs. And of course, though, we still need to talk more about today's matchup, the first one, that is, of Young Savage versus Ruxa the Ruler. These two gentlemen, we've seen some positive signs from Ruxa the Ruler here, Tendo. He hasn't yet been able to win out the game, get all the points he needs, but we have seen signs of development. We have seen some shades of some previous Young Savage prior seasons, you know, where it's like, oh, there's actually something to watch out for here. Tell me, quick predictions here, scoreline of the series, and also, do you think Young Savage has gotten his killer instinct back?
I think it's a tough call, honestly. I think Young Savage really needs to put in a A-class performance here at least, you know. We're looking for that S-tier performance because that's the Young Savage that we're used to, the Young Savage that we know. Right now, we're kind of seeing a shadow of what we saw in Season 3. The unfortunate reality is we can't even, you know, speculate that, like, look, it's a rough season, starting off low. When we look back at that Season 3 win, it was a rough season. He started on the low and then he worked his way back up. So this is kind of that point in like this season where you'd expect him to bring it back. So predictions wise, I'm looking at 4-2. I think Ruxa has some fight in him. So I don't think it's going to be a walkover. We got to be careful. Of course, the goal difference is starting to stack up for Ruxa as well. He's sitting on -4 as it stands. So any more than that, he's going to be in a really tough spot. But this game, they just both have to give it their all. I think there's a lot to play for. The stakes are extremely high. It feels like it's a drama series for either one of these.
Yeah, absolutely. Rooks the ruler, of course, he needs to show that he deserves to stay in the Umzansi Esports League. He won't be the first person to have come up from the Nkosi Super Cup, found themselves unable to deal with the pressure, and then been bounced back down. Of course, if he does manage to stay in it through a promotion relegation battle, he also won't be the first person to reclaim his spot in that fashion. But he wants to be the second person to go from the Nkosi Super Cup all the way to the championship of the Umzansi Esports League. We'll find out if Rooks of the Ruler can do it for himself or if it's going to be Young Savage that can repeat history once more. To find out, though, we need some FIFA action. And we've got the game ready right now. Let us get into it. The first game of the first leg, Rooks of the Ruler. It's Young Savage. We've got Tendo and Snare on the mic. I am hype. I'm predicting. Let's go 4-1 in favor of Young Savage. Let's see if that can happen for us. Let's go.
All right, Sniz laid down his prediction. The game is kicking off. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. And stakes are high in this game. We'll see what Rugsa can lay up on the table. Right now, unfortunately, he's going to be on the defensive. Just going to have to hold it out for a little bit longer. The play right now is looking very strong as he pulls on in, but defense will get that and send it out. Actually, let me correct myself. It's Young Savage who was on the defensive. Ruksa was attacking. So some good stuff already in the beginning. We'll see how things go. But big play coming in from Young Savage. Maybe something will happen as he finds some room. A shot in, Mbappe, a goal. Early start over here for Young Savage. A lot just happened in the last 2 minutes. I don't even know what's happening. All right, it's a day of FIFA, man. Let's go.
Oh, this is the best way to start a day of FIFA. Early goal. This is literally, you said it before we started the broadcast, that yesterday is what you want to see more of today. And this is exactly what happened in that last days of proceedings, right? First 5 minutes, an opening goal, and Young Savage now flying, putting some early pressure out onto Ruksa the Ruler, who needs to do quite a lot to recover himself in this situation. Of course, now that he has had that one goal conceded against him, he's going to be spending the majority of this game until he gets one back, always just trying to track it back, and very wary of these attacks from Young Savage. He can't afford to give up possession anymore, Tendo. He needs to make sure that that was the first and last goal that goes in against him. Otherwise, he's starting to see that goal difference slowly but surely creep higher and higher. Now, though, he has a chance here with Mbappe. Can he find some supports? Trent is with him, but Trent was a little bit too deep in, not occupying his usual spot on the right full-back position, so can't keep the ball in possession there, Tendo. Gives it up with possession.
Yeah, possession now in favor for Young Savage. Cancelo playing it in the back. We'll see a build-up play coming in. Taking it nice and slow, not too fast. Lots of players have tracked back already for Ruksa to try and defend this, but Neymar's found the gap and now Mbappe, but the pass intercepted well by Ruksa. So maybe a counter play in for him. Finds Di Maria on the wing. Interesting pick. We haven't seen much of Di Maria just yet, but we'll see what that can yield for Ruksa as he's in the box. But the defender, well timed there. It was sent out for a goal kick. And that was looking just a little bit dangerous there.
Looks very dangerous. He almost was able to get an own goal back. But that's what we want to see from Ruksa the Ruler. I want to see him show statements of intent throughout the game, not allow himself to get run over there. Try to get the ball in interception, but unfortunately, Young Savage was able to maintain the ball. But good for him, does get it back now. He has a chance to try and set this one up. Looks like he's actually just playing Trent in the middle here. All right, you can actually play this player, and this card is as a center mid as well. So we'll see how it goes for him. As long as he maintains control and utilizes his pace well, things will still be fine. And as long as he can stop this attack, but he's gotten around past here. Theo Hernandez dealing with Jadon Sancho, forces him back. Dele Alli picks up the ball, finds Sancho again. They're having a long, difficult time building up to the box, but it's still working out though for Young Savage. He's showing the necessary patience, does get the ball stolen away at the last minute just before a goal was certain to get into the back of the net.
Just a big misplay as well from Ruksa, but somehow gets the ball back. Misplay from his counterpart there, Young Savage. And now the long ball out. Di Maria will get onto that. Couple of defenders in the box and it'll be out. Mendes on it. And now short corner from it. We'll see what he can pull from this. And Ruksa just going to run into the traffic. It's that player once again. Marquinhos, who has just been an absolute pain in the butt for a lot of players. But now, big breakup play over here for Young Savage!
Oh, no.
Oh, beautiful goal, honestly.
Yep. Heartbreaking goal as well, though. He understood what was coming on the side of Ruxa, did everything in his power to try and stop it. But sometimes all you can do is blow against the hurricane, and the hurricane's not over here, Tendo. It never stops. It keeps going. Young Savage onto his third goal, doubling his return with Neymar almost immediately. It is 3-0, barely 30 minutes have passed, and he's going for more already. Mbappe on the ball right now, finds out CR7. Ronaldo cannot get past this man, though. So that's going to be one of the times that at least Jaruka the Ruler prevents a fourth goal, but it might not be a time that lasts for too much longer here, Tendo, because he's already back onto it. Unfazed kind of plays coming in right now from Young Savage, repping the former GG man. This time around, the Ruxa will take back possession, but it's getting scarier and scarier, Tendo. It's a very sweaty game here for the Nkosi Super Cup, man.
It is definitely very scary. It feels like a horror movie right now for Ruxa. If he had any game plan at this point, he's going to have to throw it out the window and try something different because it's not working against Young Savage, especially if he's going to squander plays like that. There's just this deflated feel about him right now. And let's hope he can find a little bit more gas later on. But someone with some gas is going to be Young Savage. He's looking to pounce once again. Neymar's on the ball. Neymar has the 10 in, the pass in, the shot in. Young Savage, 4-0, 36 minutes. What's going on, guys? This is not what we would have expected to happen.
Oh my God.
Like, I mean, if we're looking at it, like Young Savage has really been struggling, like we said, guys. Like in the beginning of this, we weren't joking. It hasn't been great for Young Savage. And I mean, Ruxa, it doesn't really feel like he's in this game because he played against the Beast Bianchi and we're like, whoa, bro, like, wait a minute, this guy might be a problem given the right opponent. And maybe this is just one of those moments when, you know, in an anime snare, when it's like everybody gets folded before this, right? And then the main character comes back and it's like, you know what, guys, I got this, don't worry. Maybe this is it. This is Young Savage as we're seeing him.
It turns out that those couple of weeks that he had bad outings here in the Umzansi Esports League, those were just his training arc. Because now here he is, he's back, looking like he's never left on his championship caliber, scoring those goals in very quick succession, forcing out a very early pause from Ruxa. Now Ruxa needs to try and do something special. It's still amazing to me, Tendo, that we're only in the first half of this first leg.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been an entire game already, and I'm sure Ruxa is not feeling like he's enjoying this half so far. Will earn his first corner kick. What? Goal kick?
What? All right.
All right.
Oh, no. That's just unfortunate. Hey, big pause from there. Let's see what Young Savage can do. And it almost feels like Ruxa's letting him pass a little bit too easily as well, man, you know. Squandered pass from Young Savage will go into the possession of Ruxa. Maybe a pass in, a through ball, maybe a little bit of hope in this fight. He has to pass it in or take a shot. He needs to make a decision. Where's the decision? It's not there for him. Young Savage still will keep a clean sheet. He's still on the attack as well. This half isn't over just yet, Ruxa. You got to be careful. And careful he is. But I mean, listen, no, man. Like, you got to make a decision in that right there, right? You have to either shoot or pass, something.
You have to do something. It literally served up for you on a perfect situation. You have multiple goal-scoring opportunities. There's a 0% chance right now that if we were to check the stats here, that it wouldn't give a XG in favor of Ruxa in that situation. But this sometimes happens when you're under pressure. You don't know exactly what to do. You say to yourself, well, how often am I going to be in this goal-scoring opportunity? I don't want to squander it. We keep talking about this. Sometimes you reach for those 95+% situations and you end up with nothing instead because you don't want to take a little bit of a higher risk. And in that situation, Ruxa is definitely going to be kicking himself when he watches this replay. But it's not over yet, Tendo. The adage is still there that, you know what, if my opponent can score 4 goals in a half, then technically I can still do the same. I just need to find a way to prevent him from scoring more, especially because he's on the attack right now. Jadon Sancho, back to Neymar. Neymar finds Mbappe. Mbappe finds the back of the net, makes this one 5-0. The exact opposite of what Ruxa the Ruler needs right now.
Oh, man, I swear, there's not even a chance to breathe these days. It's just I have to keep on spinning these bars. It's going real hard. The situation is really grim for Ruxa. A pass in, Let's see what can happen. Philippe Anderson on the ball. Can he find a little room to work with? Just something. He needs to maybe make a bigger decision moving forward there, and he won't find it. So now it's going to be Young Savage again looking for more. And I mean, let's talk goal difference now, right? He was sitting at 4. So now he's just leveled with Darth Mayhem. So at the end of this game, he could be bottom of the league, but a shot in, a crazy one, to say the least, but it goes wide of the post. Oh my goodness. He's looking for it. Ruxa maybe just isn't defeated just yet.
Yep, he's trying to be a bit more decisive now. I also like the fact that he has made some decisions regarding his team structure, brought in Patrick Vieira, shifted Trent Alexander-Arnold back to his natural position. It seems to be working out a little bit. Didn't prevent the initial goal after the half, but things are looking a bit more in control for him. His build-up isn't looking as disjointed as it was before, but as I say that, he now also has to demonstrate defensive awareness as Young Savage in again. Jadon Sancho does get dispossessed. All right, immediately Vieira has shown his quality twice now, prevented some goals from coming in. The question is, though, if he can provide goals on the other end of the pitch, which is what he needs right now. Doesn't need to just keep goals out anymore. We're past that point, Tendo. Now it's about just trying to stem the bleeding. And Trent Alexander-Arnold receives the ball at the edge of the box, puts it in the back of the net, making this game 5-1, getting something back for himself. Ruxa the Ruler might be an injection of confidence that he needs here, Tendo. He's not down and out just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still a little bit of time to work with, right? At this point, let's remember it's a best of 2, so there is another leg involved in this tie. So the more goals that Ruxa can score in this kind of situation without getting the Young Savage to score more, the better. And here he is on the attack once again. We'll see. Fofana on the ball, loses out in the middle though. But again, Young Savage squandering the ball while trying to build up an attack. I think Young Savage needs to calm down just a tiny little bit. He's got a really good lead. He doesn't want to squander it. Where he is in this position now, Marquinhos from the back, a little build-up play from Young Savage to try to open up some space on the pitch, find some room to work with. There's a little room. Neymar running it down. He's got some support next to him, finds a pass, but the pass intercepted.
Woof. Adam Militao pulling up there. Also, I want to correct myself. It turns out he hasn't put Trent Alexander-Arnold back in fullback. He's put him on the freaking wing here. Okay, cool. Must have a shapeshift card. Let's see how this works out for him. Mbappe does find Trent. Doesn't manage to actually get himself on the edge of the box, though. Still, the statement of intent was there. Young Savage, can he make something happen for himself? A lot of space just opened up for Mbappe. Mbappe one-on-one with the keeper, and Mbappe will never lose that situation. The 12th man even had a touch, but it doesn't matter, Tendo. Still goes onto the back of the net. It's 6-1. It's a +5 goal difference for him. It's Young Savage coming back. This is a confidence-building matchup for him at this point.
Man, that's just unfortunate. Just as it seemed like he was about to come back. Oh, maybe. But the keeper.
Offside anyway.
And offside, yeah. That's unfortunate for Ruxa. Young Savage, though, will take advantage of that. Neymar now on the ball, getting bullied a little bit, but still manages to lay it off. We'll see if the skill move gets past, but no. Read well by Ruxa. Now he needs to find a goal. It's 6-1. It's not looking good. There's still another leg of FIFA to be played here. I mean, hello? A shot in? How's he have all that room to work with? What's going on that side?
I don't know. They got caught sleeping a little bit. Unfortunately, the finishing wasn't there. Went for another screamer. Okay. I mean, 1 or 2 of these is still fine, but I don't want to see Ruxa falling into this trap where he feels that's the only way he can score. He might be able to score from here, though, Tendo. Lashes out a
He's
shot.
just lashing. He's lashing out at it right now. It's a corner in, and he loses out to Young Savage's defense. And now Savage is like, no, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm sending the ball back up where it belongs in front. Let's see if he can build up this play well so far. It's going good for him. Neymar to Sancho. Sancho controlling the ball well on the wing. And there's the tackle in. Now Ruxa can strike back. Maybe once again find a goal. But no, Young Savage will keep fighting. This midfield battle is waging. But it looks like Ruxa's going to come up on top just for now. But again, a little bit more bullying in the playground there. The long ball in. The trap is good. Mbappe, maybe a little room to work with. The pass in. He needs to find the shot. He can't.
Very, very frustrating to be watching here for Ruxa the Ruler. He keeps getting so close. Just cannot find a way to fully hurt Young Savage inside of the box. Hungary has the 1 goal back, and now there might be another goal coming in against them.
No!
Mbappe has beaten the
No!
keeper. Mbappe has beaten Marquinhos, and Mbappe has slotted past that 7th goal into the back of the net. 8 in total for this game. And now Ruta the Ruler does get some dribbles out with Trent Alexander-Arnold. Can't get the ball into the back of the net just yet, though. Gonna run into the brick wall of Ruben Diaz. But still, 6 goal difference now in favor of Young Savage. This is only the first leg, Tendo. It's just feeling... I'm sure right now Ruxa's like, hey, can we just cut this leg in half? It's fine. 1 will be okay for now. Just get the bleeding over with.
He needs a hospital at this point to heal the wounds. It's a little tough, man. He's still on the attack. Why is the match not over? Please, man. He's still looking for some more over here, Young Savage, but at least there's the whistle. The ref is like, all right, it's over. Production, can I nominate a goal of the year already? Like, I know there's going to be another season later on, but like, I mean, come on, guys.
Which one? That first
goal? No, that last goal that just happened over there. The flick over the keeper in, I mean, come on. Please. That has to be a goal of the season, goal of the year, something. Right now, there's just a lot of positives to talk about Young Savage. I mean, look, it's the redemption arc, and here he is striking back. And we said it, like, yeah, you could maybe come into this one, maybe beat him like 3-1, but here he's making a statement like, you know what, you guys are really doubting me, and I can show you why I'm still at the top of my game, because it doesn't really matter who's in front of me. I can still dismantle them, and that's exactly what's happening. And I don't know, Snare, any answers for Ruxa leading into the second leg? Like, where do you start rebuilding on?
Okay, for him, I think the first place to start rebuilding, right? It's a difficult task, but the first place he has to start rebuilding is he has to play the rest of the game like he played the last 10 minutes. It felt like to me, after he got goal number 6 scored against them, he was like, well, whatever, all these goals are going to happen anyway. I can't really stop them, so I might as well just get my own back. So if he needs to start the next game exactly like that, and the next game is ready, so let's see if that is going to be the approach he follows. I do not want to see him falling back on pure defense. I do not want to see him letting Young Savage run over him. I want him to take the game to the former champion. Let's see if he can do it with the second leg here in the Umzansi Esports League. It is a close one for Young Savage just to make sure he can win this one out, or it was close before. Now it's like guaranteed points. It's all about drumming up the goal difference and about making sure that he has the confidence for when the playoffs roll around, so he can maintain challenging at the very top of the Umzansi Esports League. And here we go. Second leg. For Ruxa, a lot of work to do. He needs to start this game on the attack, on the front foot. And he is starting in a decent fashion. I'm glad that he has Vieira on the pitch already. But I do not want to see him get scored against in the first 5 minutes again, because if that happens, then it's just nothing he can do. There's completely going to be breaking his will. So let's see what he's got here, Tinder, with the second leg.
Let's see what he's got. He's in on a play. Maybe he'll find something as he's weaving his way in with Mane. The pass in, but going to be collected easily there for Young Savage. Just, okay. All right. You know, sometimes you just stand for words on what to say. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Just keeping it at the back right now, Young Savage. He's going to send it flying up pitch. He actually gets that. So Mbappe is now on the run. The pass into Neymar. There's some space. Way. Maybe a goal in here. Gets past the keeper. He's holding on to it. He's having a little fun, but maybe a little bit too much fun. You got to calm down, son. I mean, all right.
Alrighty. Okay. At least he gets stopped from scoring there. Ruxa needs to take advantage of this because he is on the break. Not as many shirts back for Young Savage. So if there's going to be a chance, it has to come right now. Nabu Fekir, control let him down. He's trying to find Trent Alexander-Arnold. Wait, who did he take off for Fekir? Oh, he brought in Wesley Fofana last game. Okay. I would prefer Fofana in this kind of situation. A little bit more strength on the ball might be needed just to try and steal things back from Young Savage. But let's see now. He needs to try and show a defense. Ooh. Hey, you wanted to see more cups after week number 1, and there you go, fam. Wish granted.
Nah, you're the one that asked for the UFC fights, man. It is, honestly. All right, we'll see. Ruxa's on an attack, and this game has started off in a weird manner. Maybe a shot in! A goal in! All right. Ruxa's back in it. Just a tiny little bit, at least in the second leg. He's starting on the front foot. Ah, Snake, come on.
No, did you see what he had, dude? Trent Alexander-Arnold is playing striker this game. All right, let's
Wait,
go,
actually,
dude.
okay. I mean, look, if it's working, it's working. I mean, he's got the goal in now. I mean, he has a long way to climb back into this one. But sometimes it's just about having a little fun at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's some situations where it's like, you know what, guys, maybe I'm not ready for this kind of opponent, but it doesn't mean I can't play against this kind of opponent. I can learn a few things, but let me keep having a little bit of fun and trying to play my style of football and seeing how it works. And maybe this is exactly what we're seeing from Ruxa. Maybe difficult for Young Savage to defend against, but we'll see. Young Savage did squander an easy opportunity in the beginning, so we'll see if he strikes back now.
Feels like they're both having a little bit of fun right now. Young Savage gonna have some fun potentially with the goal. Doesn't get past his man here, but Jadon Sancho still maintaining possession. Been a trend we've been seeing all game, that Young Savage has mastered that tech of getting dispossessed, but still staying in a very promising position to quickly steal the ball back. I'm also just glad that Yuruksa the ruler, I'll talk about it in a second, because Mbappe looking for another goal here, dragging the ball back. Vieira, though, closing him down extremely quickly. And that's a strong challenge to allow Ruxa to get the ball. And I'm just glad that Ruxa, one of the things about being a lower rated player is you don't always get the opportunities to play the best of the best of the best. So under these conditions, also good just to try and see how your own play style stacks up, not necessarily copy what everyone else is doing. Show us why you are here. And it might not have gotten him the results in the first leg, but here in the second leg, so far he's 1 goal up. If only we just counted W's and not goals, he'd be so happy right now, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to try and figure this one out, and especially try to stop Young Savage from turning this into a proper route at this point.
So far, so good, as Ruxa hasn't conceded any goals. So big improvement from that first leg. He's even on the attack right now, stringing up some good play. Interesting pass there. Love that, actually. He's in on play. Mane maybe can find a little room here. Gets past the defender. The chip pass back in. The header in. Hello. Okay, maybe that's a goal of the year as well. I mean, hello, guys. Ruxa's back. He's showing up with a couple of plays, a couple of moves that maybe Young Savage isn't expecting. So is it time for Savage to sweat? He needs to find some goals back into this one, Snare, because, yeah, it's all fun and games that he scored all those many goals in that last one. But, I mean, we're still going to look at this performance from Ruxa and be like, you know what? You won that second leg. Yeah. Young Savage, what happened, man? You know?
Exactly. This game is as much about confidence as anything else. And if Ruxa can win this second leg, it'll still give him something to be confident about going into his future fixtures. Young Savage wants to prevent that from happening. Steals the ball back. Looks like he's trying to adopt more of these sidestep dribbles to get past these gaps, because he's realizing that it's not just me who wants to see UFC. It's our boy Ruxa the ruler. Probably just watched the latest card, which was decent. Honestly, not as exciting as the card suggested, but he's still going to make sure that he's as violent as possible to get this ball back when he can. Doesn't manage to take it completely back just yet, though. Midfield still dominated by Young Savage. Oh, the pass from Dele Alli goes errant, and Patrick Vieira snatches it up. Hopefully, this sets up a counter-attack here for Ruxa the ruler. He's got quite a lot of space to work with here, Tendo. A lot of players on the break. Oh, I don't know if he should have gone to the right, though. Nuno Mendes getting the easy coverage from that. Intercepts it, immediately turns it into a counter-attack for Young Savage.
Already this half is feeling a lot quicker. Whoa, that's a lot of pocket of space to work with. The shot! The goal! Oh my goodness, Young Savage. And I was about to mention a little earlier on how, what we mostly know Young Savage for is kind of unpredictable, explosive plays. And I was about to say, I feel like Ruxa really fell into the trap of those unpredictable plays. And that's part of the reason why he lost that first leg so steeply. And exactly why Young Savage scored that goal just now, just unpredictable. We're just, doing a little handoff over there, and it's just like all of a sudden shot in, goal in. What do you even do about it? He's on another attack. Here's Mbappe, maybe some room to work with. Neymar on it, looking for the dribble in. The ball goes up, but will be covered well by Ruxa.
Gets covered well indeed. It's going to give him an opportunity, though. It does finally find the pass he's been searching for on the right side of the pitch. Angel Di Maria, though, muscled off the ball. Ruben Diaz, so good today for Young Savage. Preventing another goal. Will earn a corner kick for Ruxa the ruler. Chipped in the ball, but that is not going to be a successful cross, unfortunately. Ruxa can't even gain the ball back. He's trying to adopt this tech of immediately closing down the ball when he is dispossessed. Unfortunately, though, Looks like Young Savage is just so much more practiced at
What?
it. And you were talking about explosive plays. That pass! Are you kidding me? And now the ball is stuck like a magnet to Mbappe's feet. Finally does manage to take it back, but that is a terrifying situation to be in. Did you see that pass, Tendo? That was
Yeah, that
actually
pass was
illegal.
that
Actually
pass
illegal. Real life yellow card for Young Savage.
real life yellow card. Honestly, interesting game. Honestly, just in general, I think Young Savage first leg just like, all right, I have a statement to make. I'm going to win this with a really high margin. In this game, it kind of feels like he's won now and he's just like chilling, cruising just through this second leg, which is fine, I guess, considering the circumstances that he's still able to increase the lead technically by scoring an extra goal there. But like, you know, you don't want to fall into it where you still give Rooks a little room to kind of just weave and work his way back into it. For now, it's fine, right? Everything is chilled. He's still pretty much in control of just the general feel of the flow of energy of the game, I'd say, like mostly into his favor. But Ruxa is still, you know, swinging back and forth, so you never know what's gonna happen. All right, woo.
Okay. What's going to happen is violence, man.
Hey.
UFC. Herb Dean is out here not calling the fight, just letting it happen. It's actually interesting that, okay, we'll talk about it in a sec. Jaden Sancho can't get past the defenders here. Still, though, once again, Young Savage just refusing to get dispossessed. He's like, nah, fam, I'm playing with this ball. It's my attack right now. It kind of feels like Young Savage at this point is just trying to see what techniques can work for him. But look at this. Oof. That would have been a definite candidate for goal of the year had it gone in. But it doesn't, unfortunately. So Young Savage has another bite at the cherry. You know, at the latest UFC, this guy, Israel Adesanya, middleweight champion, are talking about how at some point in his career, he just wants to leave no regrets, make sure he's tried every possible technique he can. And in this game, because he's so ahead, does feel like Young Savage is trying to practice what can I get away with in these kind of situations? What can actually work in a game and not just in a practice scenario? Because I honestly feel like he's running drills in the second leg, but he has the safety to do so, right? With all of this massive cushion that he attained from the first leg.
Big cushion right now that he's working with. Bellingham now on the ball. Few jerseys in front to work with, but we'll send it back. Mendes now looking for a little room. Pass intercepted well there by Ruxa. Is going to send it back into the middle of the field. And a crazy pass back. Send it back through the middle. Going to try weave it through the wing, but the Young Savage will be wise to that play. And now Savage in an attacking position. And Savage has an opportunity to level up this leg, right? And if he does that, it'll surely just send the mental of Ruxa down. For now, Ruxa has the mental advantage of at least he's winning in this leg, so he can still work his way back in that way. For him, he has to remember the goal difference, right, Snare? Like, you don't want to keep on stacking these goals. You want to take a few of them back.
Yep. Especially because if you lose here, the way that it stands right now, he will practically either be drawn up with Darth Mayhem or even beneath him at the very bottom of the table. So you certainly need these goals. It's not just about ego. This actually has ramifications on your future here in the Umzansi Esports League. Let's see what he can do here. He's holding on to the possession quite well, refusing to let himself get dispossessed. Theo Hernandez can't keep the ball, but he can find allies. Ooh. Mbappe to Mane into the back of the net. It's 3-1 right now in favor of the newcomer, Rutsa the Ruler. And he's not only making sure that he stays in this leg, now he's starting to win it outright. What a goal coming in from him. And it looks like his playstyle in this game is going to be try something amazing, see if it works. And if it does work, that's also a boost to my confidence in being able to score those kind of goals.
And you almost wish, like, for someone like Ruxa that there were more games in the Umzansi Esports League, right? Because let's say it was a double round robin, maybe you get another chance to play against Young Savage. I would almost give him a little bit of favor here and there, just based on how he's improved in this second leg at least. It's just that, you know what? Young Savage right now, if he turns on, if he decides to bring it back, we might see a different side of it, and I might have to regret my words there. But as it stands, he's winning 3-1 in this leg. So if we were to look at this individual performance, big positives coming out from Ruxa. Let's see if he can maintain it.
Yeah, it's not that much time to go, though, to try to claw some of these goals back. It is Young Savage on the ball. Mbappe, recipient of this ball in a very good position. Neymar plays with his back to the defender. Can't step past him, though. Very strong challenge coming in from Ruxa. This might be his chance here. The break is going to be on. Mbappe, come on. What's happening here? He was hoping for that same situation in the first leg where Mane was in just loads of space for no reason. Unfortunately, will not be able to find the same luxury this time around. Still, though, he has to marshal the defense once again. Dele Alli interplay with Jude Bellingham. Find some space for Neymar, but an errant touch there. Rare mistake from Young Savage. This might lead into an opportunity, Tendo, for Rooks of the Ruler to get yet another goal back. The goal is going to be going forward. He gets away in time, but can't get the shot off. Strong last-minute defending from Young Savage. We'll keep it at 3-1, but the attack isn't over yet. Trent Alexander-Arnold, the striker for this game for whatever reason, can't maintain control of the ball. So that's going to give it up over to Young Savage at this point.
Young Savage now. Maybe he can pounce for an extra goal or two. Still a lot of time to work with, 75 minutes. Holding on to it. Waiting for a few more players to run forward. Ali controlling the ball a little bit. Nice little pass through to Neymar. Neymar looking for the pass in. The shot in! The keeper, though, sends it out, but it'll be offside. So nothing really to have worried about. But some good play there. Gotta be careful of Young Savage because he can just explode like that at any time if you're not ready. But I mean, now it's, almost all but over for Ruksa. At this point, he just needs to work for a little bit more of those redemption goals. We'll see if he gets one here, but no, Mendes there ready to cover.
Well, I never thought I'd see Nuno Mendes and Trent fighting each other in the box, but it is what it is. It prevents the ball from going into the back of the net. If he can get a fourth goal, that's a fairly decent return because it does then slash the goal difference to a manageable level, I think. So needs to at least get one goal. I think if he can achieve that, then his day at the office will be successful is the wrong word, but acceptable potentially. Now, though, gets a beautiful ball. Angel Di Maria has all the space to work with here. Several white shirts inside the box, gets the cross, but unfortunately, you know who the ball finds. It doesn't find the real striker. This time, Marquinhos is going to be there. But between Marquinhos and Trent Alexander-Arnold, they couldn't get to the headed ball in time. And now there's nobody covering the back tendo. There's so much space, but he doesn't trigger the run. Another rare mistake from Young Savage, giving up a goal-scoring opportunity, but he gets the ball in a dangerous position. There were so many chances for him to break through there. None of them happened. None of them materialized. So it'll stay at 1-3 for now.
Yeah, just sloppy from Young Savage, I feel, in the way he's passing that play. Let's see. Still has the ball to work with. Maybe we'll find this extra goal to increase his lead. He's on it now with Neymar. Neymar gets past the defender, opens up a little room through ball. Will get intercepted. Oh, that's just awkward, uncomfortable, but he still has possession of it. Mbappe is now on it. Mbappe, maybe a little room, no room at all in this situation. So now Ruksa maybe can string together one final attack. He's still getting past. He gets a little ball over to Di Maria. Di Maria running it in. Can Di Maria do something? The header in. It's bounced off. The keeper picks it up. It's all but over now. Oh man, what a game. What a fixture. I don't even know where to begin to analyze this one because a shout out Young Savage for really bringing it back. I mean, scoring 8 goals in this tie really made a statement.
Absolutely made a statement, especially considering that 7 of those goals emerged in the first leg of this tie. So a phenomenal job done by him, and he will end the day's proceedings with a very healthy goal difference being achieved for himself, and of course those all-important 3 points earned right now. So Young Savage, this is it. You were talking about how this day represents the turning point in his career and his journey in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. And he's made good on that return, made good on that training arc. He's looking strong, but it's still not perfect. Second leg, very, very shaky. And in that second leg, if Ruksa the Ruler had been a bit more clinical, Tendo, honestly, he could have at least gotten 5 or 6 goals here. Maybe not the full 7, but it was starting to look very threatening for Ruksa the Ruler. So Young Savage, still a lot of work to do for him before he's back to his unassailable ways that we saw him when he won the entire thing.
Yeah, but now it's a little bit easier for him, right? He's got his first win under his belt, sitting with 4 points, so he can work from that. Next game is going to be crucial for Young Savage. It's going to have to be another win, honestly, or else it's going to start to spiral a little bit downhill. But there's the final score, 4-8. Interesting. This is going to shake it up a little bit. I think now Ruksa is still 7th. I think he'll be, what, maybe +8. I'm not too sure. I can't remember
Yeah,
all
he'll
too
be
well. We'll
-8, so
see
he'll be
the
7th. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, great. And I mean, +4 for Young Savage as well, so that's good. Well, +4 points onto what he was standing on before. Can't remember either. We'll have to see the standings, but that's good. That's a good goal difference because that's going to start to make the difference, right? Because this next game that we're talking about, the Divac versus Beast Bianchi, is going to be interesting because this game now, it might, affect a few tiny little things and just how things might finish towards the end of the season. But kudos to Young Savage, big win for him. Mariksa still has to go back to the drawing board, find a few new ways to keep himself into this league.
Yep. And you wanted to see what the impact this will have on the standings. We have those ready right now. So let us take a look. Young Savage, fresh off of this victory, has elevated himself from the position of being in 6th. He's now overtaken Divac, pushing him into the 6th position. And he's now sitting with a positive goal difference and with 4 points in the back pocket. Rooks of the Ruler, as we're talking about, will drop down to 7th place, -8 on the goal difference. The thing here that is really starting to look quite apparent, the difference between some of these players who are still either new from the Ngoti Super Cup or haven't made their name permanent in the Umzansi Esports League, their difference in goal difference versus everybody else is kind of astounding right now. Divac is the lowest of the old guard, sitting on 0 goal difference. Between himself and Ruksa, there's 8 goals to make up. Darth may have 9 whole goals to make up. Young Savage is now practically safe from relegation, if nothing else, but just that massive goal difference that he's helped to open between himself and the rest.
Yeah, big goal difference for Young Savage, and that's going to come in handy later down the season, right? Considering that if he wins the next game, he's going to be sitting on 7 points, and we're looking at where Bobo is at 1st place. If Bobo's next game goes south and he stays on 7 points, things are going to look very crazy later down in the weeks. But now, let's hone in. The Beast Bianchi versus Divac. Look at just where Divac is sitting right now, Snare. It's interesting because if he wins now, depending on how many goals he gets, he's going to push Masum down. And it's going to be a really, really big jump in this ecosystem of how things are. But I'm not too sure if he's got it in him because obviously he's going up against the Beast Bianchi, and Beast is looking at this one to go, without losing a game thus far.
Yep. The Beast Bianchi is upending what we normally expect from him, which is starting slow in these seasons and doing a phenomenal job at the beginning, utilizing some of this newfound experience that has come in from his tours and forays into the international world of FIFA 22, and definitely making this a very hard sell for Divac to think about defeating him. But if Julia the Beast Bianchi manages to win here, he goes 9 points clear. He'll be the only player to have not lost a match just yet. And depending on his goal difference, he could find himself really running away with this competition. I mean, right now, look at Bobo Beast and Mobizilla. You have to combine their goal differences to get to Julio the Beast Bianchi and what he's been able to accomplish thus far. So certainly a difficult matchup for Divac. Not impossible though. It is in his capability to beat the Beast Bianchi. He's done it more than once, and he's done it more than once here in the Umzansi Esports League itself. So if he can just bring back that kind of history, maybe slay the beast, maybe get himself towards the top of the card, and depending on the goal difference, not only can he unseat Masum here in this 4th position, he could find himself even unsitting Mobizilla. Just needs to make sure that he plays as clean a game as FIFA as humanly possible, because like you say, right now, the Beast Bianchi just on another level. What's the prediction, fam? What are we talking? What are we thinking here?
Man, it's so hard to predict this next game. I don't even know, man. It's really like a Beast Bianchi win most of the time. I think if you're looking at this on paper, like Divac is a really good competitor and has really maintained himself inside the Umzansi Esports League, even finishing in playoff positions. But with the form that the Beast Bianchi is in, with the experience that he's been getting, it's almost hard to give it to Divac. So if this is going to be a close game, it's really going to have to be Divac leading the front of the attacks and having to put the Beast Bianchi in the back seat. But the problem is if you give someone like the Beast Bianchi that back seat when he has opportunities to explode and you're not ready to contain that, it's going to be really, really tough. So predictions. I think I'm looking at a maybe like a 1-3. I think he's got this. The Beast Bianchi 1-3. But yeah, Divac's just gonna have to really bring it in.
Divac versus the Beast Bianchi. We're building up the tail of the tape because this is the upcoming matchup, a matchup which has major ramifications for what the league looks like, for what the standings look like overall, and for playoff positions could be decided here. And for a player like Divac, who's been a mainstay in the Umzansi Esports League, he also knows that if he loses here, suddenly he has to think about being in contention at the bottom for relegation. He's probably very happy seeing that Ruxa the Ruler has had so many goals scored in against them, so that takes off some pressure. However, Divac, not the kind of player that wants to be left out of the playoff positioning. He's usually found himself into that playoff and championship Sunday. This time around, though, not looking like it's going to be on the cards for him if he loses this matchup. He needs it much more than the Beast Bianchi needs it, so he needs to show that desire on the pitch itself. Because, you know, Julio the Beast Bianchi, he could still lose this one and still find himself ending the regular season at the top of the leaderboard. So there's a lot less pressure for him at this point, Tendo.
Yeah, a lot less. And I think an interesting thing that we're not thinking about is that Bobo, if the Beast Bianchi ends up losing this, would be top of the week after a very interesting spell of events, if that is to happen, right? But for now, we have to just hone in on the fact that this is going to be a hard-fought match, I think, on both sides. It's I guess this is what is this like a derby, right? It's Bravado versus Goliath Gaming. These are two big like esports organizations in South Africa, on the African continent, and they're here battling it out in the form of these two players. I mean, there's a lot to walk away from here if Divac can win this for Bravado.
Certainly a lot that needs to be done here. Divac needs to do something interesting here. And he lost the original Bravado derby itself, right? When he played against Masum, found himself unable to put the Iceman down, even though for large portions of that game, he was the one that was on the front foot. Just somewhat of his confidence let him down at the end. But those are the kind of situations that can end up galvanizing you to do better on the next run around. So it could be the situation that he's learned from that loss, come back stronger, and also has a desire to beat another Goliath, in the FIFA scene. I'm looking forward to this one, especially because I really want to see what Divac's going to be doing with his team selection. Julio, we know there's going to do something interesting and weird. You know, that's just how he rolls. I'm wondering, are we going to have the double Jude Bellingham matchup in middle? I think Divac played with that last outing, but I remember he subbed him off at some point, so he might not have been a full fan of that particular card. I also want to see if we're going to get any other surprises, like a apparent shapeshifter Trent Alexander-Arnold in striker. That was actually the highlight of my day. No matter what the scoreline was, seeing Trent receiving the ball and playing it with his back to goal, it's like, all right, more of this, please. So do you think we're going to get any random surprises like that from either of these guys today?
Look, I think in terms of where we're heading with the storyline of how this week is going to end off, this is the serious game, and this is the one where I think, like, you know, we're going to see a lot more strict play, like team lineups, and a lot more of what we're used to. So I'm not too sure. I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. I think what the two players have been utilizing recently has been working for them, so they're just going to bring it in and just hope for a good outcome. So I mean, a lot riding on this match, like we said. I think looking at it, I want to see a lot of, you know, good midfield control coming in from Divac, right? Because he could really lose out in the midfield if he's not like wise on some of the plays that the Beast Bianchi can achieve. A lot of his explosive plays come from one, you know, isolated midfield pass, and then all of a sudden it's just like bam, explosion, goal. And it's hard to work back when things are going south, especially if he's going to start off on the back foot.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to ever be on the back foot in the situation. You know, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Normally, the Beast Bianchi starts his seasons a little bit slowly, a little bit more considered, still trying to like figure out his playstyle. But because he has been playing so much FIFA in recent times, he knows exactly what's up, got it down pat. So he's off the mark very quickly. And that's the time when he's the most dangerous, because if you allow him to set the tempo from then, the game can easily completely run away from you. So I'm completely hoping and really expecting Divac to have studied that aspect of his game, trying to slow down the tempo of Julio the Beast Bianchi, make sure that he's not the one that's dictating everything on the pitch. And from what we saw in this previous game as well, with Ruxa taking on this young Savage, things can easily and quickly change when you're the one that has more desire than your opponent. So Divac needs to marshal that from jump. However, how much of an impact do you think last week's game is going to have on him when he wasn't able to put Masum to bed despite being in a very promising position for most of that game?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think a lot of the time we were saying that, Divac seemed like the better player here and there, and Masum was a little bit cold in that situation. So if Divac can start off with that same kind of heat that he had in that fixture, I think that he's going to put himself in a good situation. I, like we said, he can't work from the back foot in this kind of matchup because if you're working from behind, trying to build back in is almost impossible sometimes. We just saw it. Ruxa was on the back foot most of that match, and he just couldn't find a way to build in. And I mean, the Beast Bianchi is going to look to just, dismantle Divac wherever he can. And for the Goliath boys, it'll be a good day if the Beast Bianchi can come up with a win. I know they'll be gassing it up on Twitter, like, check it out. Both boys pulling through with a win, and especially taking down a big name like Divac in the scene. It's going to be a big boost of confidence for the Beast Bianchi leading up for some next ties. Because, I mean, we're not talking about it. 9 points clear,
Yeah.
like 9 points already. And then if he wins one more game, and just depending on who's his opponent, I know he still has to face Darth Mayhem. And I mean, like, in the form that Darth's been, that's almost a 3-pointer for the Beast Bianchi. So then we can already start talking about playoffs for him. Like, all right, is the Beast Bianchi gonna maybe for the first time do a back-to-back? What do you think, Snur? Do you think we could get a back-to-back?
We've never had a back-to-back champion in either title here in the Umzansi Esports League. Hell, even back at the beginning when we had some FGC titles, we still had never had back-to-back winners. So it could happen. I think in the form that he's in right now, Giulio the Beast Bianchi can do it, and he's looked like the sharpest player on the pitch in most of the games that we've seen from him so far. So if anyone was ever going to do it, it was going to be him, given that most of the time what ends up happening is by the time the next season rolls around, the defending champion is not looking as sharp, not looking as crisp as he was the last season out. So if he can just change that particular piece of history, which so far he's doing, I think he has a very good shot at being able to do so. And I think that, like you mentioned, because he's already played some of the quote-unquote hard games and he has some easy ones down the pipeline for him, there's a lot of opportunity for him to just gain confidence game on game on game. And if he wins this one, then it's more of a question of when does he make it to the playoffs rather than if. And under those conditions, I mean, he spent a lot of time having to chase, right, getting into the playoffs. If he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, it can make life so much easier, reduces the mental overload for him. Then he just has to play his game. And when Giulio's playing his game, he's really, really good. So of every season we've had up until this point, this is probably the likeliest one where we will have a defending champion. But I remember I once said this as well, coming into a season after Unfazed one, and that didn't happen, even though he did go very far into the playoffs. So anything can still happen. I mean, Giulio could easily find himself looking the best until the very final day where he loses, which we've actually seen happen before with him. So anything, it could still happen. Still quite an exciting round of FIFA to come here, Tendo.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be really exciting, I think. And I mean, look, if the Beast can, do with Divac right now, then we can maybe start considering him to hit one of those invincible runs. It'll be kind of insane to see him win every match in the Umzansi Esports League, and it'll really set like a bar to be like, you know what, I'm really pushing forward the scene right now inside South Africa and showing exactly what I've learned. And I mean, that'll be an incredible sight, but it's always gonna have to be one game at a time. We have to focus up with Divac first of all, because Divac doesn't want to see something like that happen, right? He would much rather be the person that everybody is talking about, and this is how he started off. If he can take down a titan like the Beast Bianchi right now in the kind of form that he's in, it's going to be really big accolades for him, especially looking at the whole matchup with the Bravado and the Goliath. We're always wanting to see which all can be on top in these kind of situations, and this would be a good time to just keep on boosting that Bravado.
I see what you did there. Absolutely. Want to see the bravado boost. I also want to see how Divac is going to be responding to something that Giulio's been doing. So Giulio, up until this point, he's been utilizing the former Chelsea fullback side. He has been playing Tony Rudiger, RIP, shout out, and Reece James in his team. but utilizing them in a very far up positions on the pitch. So despite no one taking advantage of it yet, there are holes available for counterattacks that Divac could potentially take advantage of. In the past, he's not always been a heavy counter-attacking player. He prefers to play with his ball at the feet and with some targeted runs. So I'm hoping that he's looked at the tape and been like, all right, this is what we need here. This is the golden ticket for me to be able to bring this one back, bring some pride to the organization or bravado, take down the Goliath man. You know, at this point, it's also for him. I can easily imagine that he's thinking to himself, I've fallen down the pecking order to Masum. An easy way to get revenge against Masum would be beating a player that Masum often struggles with in the Beast Bianchi. So they can be like, all right, you might have beaten me, but that was an off day, fam. I actually beat the best of the best, the number one seed at this point. So don't even mess with me. Don't even play these games, man. I'm still the best. But also, Divac hasn't yet won the Umzansi Esports League, right? It has to really plague on him that so many players around him have won. And at this point, he's probably looking at all the other names here. He's been like, okay, everybody who's in this tournament from Goliath has won. Everyone who's here from Bravado, it's only one other person. That guy has won as well. When is it my turn? You know, and sometimes that kind of frustration can help you in a competitive environment to just come up and be like, I'm actually annoyed. I will not leave this tournament until it's also my name at the very top.
Yeah, after 4 iterations of the league, you know, you have to be thinking about that. When is it going to be my time to shine? And I mean, there's a lot of players in the league right now with these story arcs on just trying to find a little like room to finally shine and finally come up on top. I mean, we can just mention it. I mean, we're looking at maybe a season where Bobo Beast could go to the top as well. We're not really talking about him or mentioning him. Just that slip up against Young Savage. And I think it was, like I said, if we always look back at that match, just some crazy things happened. In 10 minutes, it just went south for Bobo B. So maybe with a little bit more composure, it would have went different for him. And we maybe would have been talking about him at the top of the table with 9 points. It's actually crazy to think about that, right? Because that little draw now has made the stakes so high in this game coming up for the Beast Bianchi, because now he can top the table without losing a single game at all.
Yep.
So it really just depends on who is going to come out on this one really willing to win it and really willing to prove something, because Divac can go third place after this game. We saw it on the table right there. He could push down Moby, but he has to score a lot of goals. And Snake, do you think he has it in him to score, what is it, he needs to get a positive of 4 goal difference against the Beast Bianchi?
It's possible. I believe the worst loss that we've seen in the Beast Bianchi experience was 4. It might have been like 4 on aggregate, so maybe like a 5-1 game or something like that. So it's historically possible within the Umzansi Esports League. Whether or not it'll happen, I don't think so. Honestly, I think the best Divac can hope for, he should forget about trying to get to third and just focus on getting himself into the top 4, which is definitely possible. And only a solitary goal will do the trick for him if that is the objective of the evening. So I think it makes more sense for him to be focused on that style of play instead of just thinking about running up the scoreline, because realistically, that's just not going to happen. Beast has looked really, really good in the defense lately. I mean, there's a reason why he has this +7 goal difference to his name, and no one's been able to drag those goals back against him. Sure, a lot of them did come against Ruxa there at the bottom, who suffered a bit playing against the Beast. But nonetheless, he's looking too hot, in my opinion, for that to happen. So I'm anticipating that the most I think Divac can hope for is 3 on aggregates in total against Julio. If he can get more than that, honestly, then we need to start considering him as a genuine contender to take everything at the end of the day. What do you think? Is 4 possible from what we've seen from him so far?
I think after that game against Masum, if he shows up on that same president, then yeah, maybe it could happen. We've seen crazy things already today with Ruxa versus Young Savage, so maybe a little bit more madness is going to spill over into this fixture. We don't know what will happen, but Divac will have to just at least look for the dub. You know, like you said, rather look to get into the top 4. That's a real reach. You know, sometimes with those kind of goals, you have to just take it a step at a time. And for him, being top 4 is what really matters. And sometimes it can be a little rough, especially when it comes to the draw of those things, right? When it comes to seeding in the playoff, when you finish 4th place, you're going to be maybe in a tough situation. But at the end of the day, you still have that fighting chance, and it's always better to have that fighting chance than to find yourself towards the bottom. But looking at the relegation aspect of it all, I think we've been building up the game a lot in light of this being an even affair. And yeah, it is an even affair for sure. But I mean, if the Beast Bianchi really shows up today, it could just be a walk in the park and he just sends Divac flying, right? If he's not careful, Divac, with this, it could really just be a tough situation where he finds himself at the bottom, lingering with Ruxa, lingering with Darth Mayhem, and it could be talks of relegation. Imagine that, right? And Divac is like been historically, at least for the time that I've been casting the past 2 seasons, at least in the top 6. That would be really difficult if we found him in a relegation spot eventually.
He needs to make sure that he avoids the relegation scrap at all costs, doesn't want to wind up in that position. And the interesting thing about this is we're talking about, can he score 4 goals against Giulio the Beast Bianchi? The Beast Bianchi certainly can score 4 goals against him. And if that happens, you are suddenly, like you said, in that relegation scrap. And what if that happens in one leg? Then suddenly you're going into the second leg fearful of a repeat performance in that vein. And unlike what we saw from Young Savage in the last game earlier today, the Beast Bianchi is never known for showing mercy, never known for being in a position where, oh, I've scored 8 goals against you, I can relax a little bit. That's usually when he ramps up and just makes your life an even more living hell. So in this position, Divac really cannot afford to have that start happening because he knows what's going to happen. And as that scoreline starts to run up, like you say, he's losing out on being top 6. For the longest time, he was an almost nailed on person to compete for the top 4. And now suddenly, if he suffers a deep enough loss in this one, he can be finding himself competing instead just to avoid relegation. So he's hoping for a different result. Wouldn't have been preparing all this time just to get trapped so badly that it's like, well, how do I stay in the league at this point? And I think that for him as well, if he does win, it's also a massive confidence boost that if you can win here, you can beat anybody else. It's not really a conversation anymore. You're happy to stay in the league. You're happy to win against any future opposition. I'm excited to see if he can do it. But also, you know who's going to be excited here watching this match? Those guys that are currently in the relegation scrap. Darth Mayhem, Ruxa the Ruler. They're looking at this one and they're hoping and praying that Giulio demolishes Divac. Because the more that Divac gets demolished, the more that Young Savage get demolished, the closer it gets for them to be able to come back. Maybe you have 1 or 2 really good days at the office, while your opponents have really bad ones. And then suddenly, even if you have negative goal difference, maybe somebody else's goal difference is worse than yours, and you're the one that's staying in the league. So Giulio finding himself having a lot more fans than you would have thought, I think, coming into this one.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have a lot more fans into this one. You're correct, because now if we're looking at Divac losing this, it's gonna be what, 4 points for Young Savage and then 3 points for Divac and then 0-0. And it's still achievable, like you said, for Darth, if they're able to just find a good game in and really bring it in on one day. And unfortunately for them, if that happens, or maybe fortunately for them, when that happens, they'll have to verse maybe a Divac along the way, a Young Savage along the way. And after they've been battered so far in the league, being in these positions where it's like, look, guys, we might get relegated. They might be a little lucky and find them a little wounded, or they might be unlucky and find them ready to pounce, like we saw with the Ruxa and Young Savage already. So I don't know. We have to wait and see for what is really going to unfold. I feel like this matchup has the direction to go anywhere. So we'll see exactly what happens.
Oh, unfortunately though, we're going to have to wait for that game to happen. I have some bad news to report, Tendo. We have a bit of a connection issue. It's happened in the past and we always hate to see it come back. But this connection issue is preventing the players from getting connected to each other, which means that we cannot have that game happening right now at the very least. We're still going to maybe give them a minute or 2 to try and figure out the situation and figure out where we go from here on our side. But that means that the game is postponed at the very least until we get more information of exactly what's going to happen there. This is really, really unfortunate, not just because we don't get more FIFA, you know, which is what we love, but if you're in Divac's position or in the Beast Bianchi's position, both of them have very good reason to want to play right now, right? Giulio wants to get to the top. He wants to end week 3 seeing the Beast Bianchi, not Bobo Beast, at the top of the leaderboard. And Divac doesn't want to end the week not being in the top 4, not being in that playoff kind of scrap at this moment in time. Who do you think is hurt more by the fact that this is happening at this moment here, Tendo?
it's a hard one to call. Who's hurt more right now? I think maybe it could be both players because that itch to play to kind of get the fixture over and ready with, it can affect both players in different ways. So I'm not too sure what will happen when it actually comes time for the matchup to go. Maybe in the meantime we can pull up the standings and theory craft a little bit more on what could happen with some different players winning some outcomes, but I'm not too sure. Or for now, we just have to imagine that Divac and the Beast Bianchi are gearing themselves up, trying to sort out the issues that are affecting this match to proceed, and still keeping their game faces on.
Yeah. Keeping your game face on underneath turbulent circumstances is also the mark of a championship player because not everything in life is going to be perfect. How you deal with that adversity can be the difference between winning a competition like the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, and not being able to make it all the way through. We have to also remember that after this game, the thing is they can't necessarily expend all their mental energy on this one. They still have to consider every other fixture that they go down the line to play. They still have a lot to think about. All right, I've just gotten the official word. The matchup will be postponed. I know some of you might have been worried that, oh no, whose internet is it? Is somebody going to be issued a death loss? Thankfully, that will not be the case. This game will certainly be played out, and we are going to be seeing at some point in the future Divac taking on Julio the Beast Bianchi. So you will get the action, you will get the hype, and we'll just make sure to inform you all in future exactly when that game is going to be happening. To make sure that you are aware of when that game happens, make sure that you are following Nodwin Gaming Africa on the social medias. And with that, Tendo, we're going to be taking an extended break before we go into PUBG Mobile because we obviously did not have this game get started. Final words here before we go. For Ruxa the Ruler, who found himself going down to Young Savage in the opening tie of the day, what do you have to say to him if you're his coach? How do you keep him mentally strong? And what do you say to him that he needs to change to win out some of the future fixtures that he still has?
Take a breath, relax, look over the video, analyze a little bit on what to improve on. Just come back next week and have a little bit of fun and, hope for the best. I think that's the best way to move forward.
With those wise words from Coach Tendo, we are going to be closing out the FIFA 22 segment here on the second day of the third week of the fifth season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. After we return, we continue with PUBG Mobile for the evening of esports action, so you do not want to miss a moment of it. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon for some more Nodwin Gaming Africa Umzansi Esports League action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. We're in for our 5th season, and the stellar action is going to be continuing this evening. We've seen the FIFA22 segment conclude with some very interesting games between Young Savage and Ruxa the Ruler. And now, of course, we move on to PUBG Mobile to see how the skills translate from the pitch to the playing field of the 3 maps that we have presented for you today. My name's Snare. I'm going to be joined by Pashi and ES Proxy S. Welcome back. It's been a long time since we've had you out here in the Umzansi Esports League. How you doing, and are you hyped for the day's games?
Absolutely. I was casting in Corsi on Monday, and the games were absolutely stellar. So I can only imagine what the teams in Umzansi are going to be bringing through today. It's going to be spicy.
Speaking of spicy, Apache, you know which team we have playing up again today? We do have the Mad Knights returning to action, a team that we've seen just dominating the field of play so far. They did get overtaken yesterday on the overall ranking leaderboard, but very, very shallow lead between the number 1 team of Zero Tolerance Skills and then themselves. So today, are they yet again looking to be the team in pole position to take as many points as possible?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've been following their journey for the last couple of weeks, and we've been seeing them do very, very well. They've grabbed some chickens, and they've been very, very consistent in their points as well. They've been able to just, even if they don't get the chickens, they get the kills, and that's something you pointed out very early on, and I think that's something that they've been able to show for themselves quite frequently. So I do expect them to be coming to play and to show what they've got today as well. I mean, we've spoken a little bit in the past about how a lot of the teams aren't giving their 100% for the group stages, but I feel like Mad Knights is doing a little bit of flexing here to see, you know, how high they can get on the leaderboards towards the end of the groups, you know, and I fully expect them to continue that momentum into the next stage of the game. So yes, I definitely do expect to keep my eye on the Mad Knights for the discernible future.
Yeah, they've of course been performing the best so far here that we've seen out of the upcoming groups for the evening. A very interesting thing though is of course the fact that we are building up into that final playoff weekend. A lot of these teams are trying to make sure that they are in that top 16 berth so they can be part of that contest. But of course, a lot of the teams we've seen just like hide their power level a little bit, but we are practically at the halfway mark here, Proxy. 3 weeks in, today it feels like it's do or die day, in the sense that if you're not really being able to post up at least some degree of consistency by this point in time, each subsequent week becomes so much more difficult. And more so than just becoming difficult, now suddenly your position is not fully within your own hands, right? You're relying on results from other groups rather than what you're bringing to the table yourself. So are there any squads that you've seen today that you feel will finally start to level up before it's too late?
I mean, we were talking a little bit off camera regarding some of the teams that we've seen, and a lot of them actually have quite a bit of PMPL Africa experience. Mad Knight, one of the teams as well that took place, didn't actually do that well in PMPL Africa, but are coming back with a vengeance in Umzansi. So I'm expecting some of the other teams to pick up and show off that experience as well. We've got Slime4KT, who's also got that experience. We've got Team Unique. We got G3 Tempo, which have been names that we've also always talked about. I know Patchy is still keeping a heartful, loving eye out for BBC for them to bring some of the action back as one of their biased teams, but we are hoping that some of the teams are going to be bringing that action in the next couple of weeks, because as you mentioned, all that they're doing is sort of just making the challenge for themselves even harder, you know, making it so much more difficult to catch up to those, you know, momentum plays that the rest of the teams have already built up for themselves, because all they need to do now for the foreseeable future, like Mad Knight, is get a couple placement points, maybe go for a couple of kills, maybe try out a couple of strategies. They've done well enough that they've given themselves so far a pretty good foundation. They can obviously still, you know, rampantly build that until the rest of the qualifiers, or maybe they can calm down a little bit, maybe try out a couple of strategies and sort of really figure out their competition.
Just simply having those options is something that a lot of these teams do not have at this point in time, but that's what you gain from having some stellar performances. And of course, they're going to have to perform yet again this evening, because when we look at the schedule and we look at the maps that are coming up for the evening, it's the same order here, Apache. We never change it up. It's going to be every single evening, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar coming up here. And the interesting thing about this, though, is although you know for a fact exactly what maps you're playing, because you have a different group each single week, it actually does affect how you have to approach the matchup, right? For example, last week we saw Erangel suddenly became the map of action, madness, and chaos, and Sanhok was the one that was more considered, more slow, more measured in their approach. So today, talk to me about what we're expecting in the B and D matchup for each individual map.
Yeah, I mean, it is, as you say, you know, the matches definitely shift and change dynamically based on the teams that are playing there. I think we've seen that very frequently, but I also think that the the general idea of the maps remains the same. You know, at the end of the day, Sanhok is a smaller map than the other two. Miramar is the biggest of the three. You know, that's just kind of like the staple understanding of the map. It's dependent on how the teams choose to play. I think maybe in terms of how the gameplay actually changes. I know in the past, you know, I've spoken a little bit about how we know that teams like G3, for instance, have a very solid understanding of how to utilize some of the biggest spaces in Miramar. And of course, Erangel just being that staple map that every single team just has to get down. I mean, if you're not good on Erangel, you're going to suffer in just like every game you play. But I mean, this is one of the favorite maps. So, you know, you expect the teams to be pretty good on it. You expect them to have pretty good strats here. I don't expect the teams to dip very deeply into their strat books right now. But I do expect that they will at least play somewhat competitively, because of course this is the stage where you separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were. You know, you separate the teams that are going to go through to the next stage, and that's where things get extra serious. So I do expect that the teams will just make sure that they maintain their spot in the playoffs in the next stage of the game. And so in terms of the maps, I don't think we'll see anything too crazy. I think we'll stay relatively within our realm of normalcy that we've seen so far.
Were you watching yesterday's match? Was it Reela Insider that did that really funny boat rotation at some point? I'm kind of hoping that comes up again. I want to see some teams doing something a little bit interesting, although, like you said, because of the stage of the tournament that we're in, becoming increasingly unlikely, especially because they are not just doing this for fun. They're not just doing this academically. We're all here competing to be the best of the best, but also to get a piece of the slice of this massive prize pool that we have here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Not Gaming Africa. We're giving away $17,600 in competitive prizes, $2,500 on the FIFA side of things, $15,100 for PUBG Mobile, a huge chunk of cash. And those of you concerned about why is it so much more for PUBG? I mean, this is a team game, so of course the teams themselves have to do more to get the money together. At the same time, Proxy, this does mean that when you're looking at these prize distributions, $3,680 for first place versus $95 at the very bottom, you have to do a lot to make sure your team cohesion doesn't fall apart, because it can legitimately affect how much goes directly into your pocket.
Absolutely, and what we've also seen with some of the teams is they tend to hold back some of the strategies to ensure that when they get to those qualifying moments, when they get to the cutoff dates where we need to cut off, you know, the top 16, etc., or potentially even the finals, they want to make sure they've got some strategies to hold on to, but they need to do enough to ensure that they continue this journey and that they don't get cut short. And as you said, fall off the chance or fall off the boat to get a bigger prize pool at the end of the day.
Yep, this prize money, massive in scope, increasing as we go right up this ranking leaderboard here. And the exciting thing about all of this money is that it's also a major incentive, not just to play again in the subsequent season, but, you know, potentially upgrade your gear as well, so you come back even stronger, feeling very fresh about it. As it stands right now, there is a very decided gap here, Patchy, between the teams that are already in that position of being qualified, more or less guaranteed for the playoffs, versus everybody else. There's so much that can still change in the rest of the positions here. Talk to me about, how much pressure is there on those teams at the top? Are they already starting to think about this money and think about what they could potentially earn once it gets to the playoffs?
Well, I don't know if they're thinking about the money just yet. You know, I mean, that first prize is still a ways away. You've still got to get through some serious grinds to get to that number one, and I'm sure the teams will fight tooth and nail to get there. For now, I think the teams at the top are at least getting quite settled in the fact that they will most likely very easily make it through to the next round. I mean, some of the teams have already broken the 100-point mark that we saw some days ago, and I mean, now it's basically a case of the teams that are at the bottom will probably try the best to make a change. I think that's where most of the pressure is going to come from. You know, I mentioned earlier that I think we would see some regular style gameplay, but I think actually as a counterpoint to that, we might actually see some of the teams that are in need of points start pulling out some interesting things and start doing some interesting things to make the points happen. Because at this stage of the game, you know, you definitely can't be slacking. You can't be caught slacking. You need to make sure that you're getting those points on the board. You need to make sure that you are secure as the weeks progress, because otherwise, if you let that ball drop, then, you know, you'll be kicking yourself for a little while that you didn't maybe make more of an effort to get into the next stage. Because like you've pointed out, that prize is looking very, very spicy.
So one of the things that we have to talk about, Proxy, as well, is not the fact that of just these teams that are at the top echelon pretty much guaranteed to move into the next stage of the tournament. But we have to talk about these teams at the bottom. Not only do they have to try and make sure they get into the top 16, they need to make sure that they can avoid finding themselves at the bottom, because if you're in the bottom 8, you're suddenly within a relegation scrap. I'm looking at teams like 10x Africa, who up until this point are at the very bottom of the table. And it's not just that, well, we don't get to the next stage of the tournament, we only get $95. Now suddenly, the teams that you've been covering in the Umzansi Super Cup, you have to start playing against them just to retain your slot in the Umzansi Esports League, which is additional pressure, thinking about the ramifications of those losses and not just what you stand to gain from the wins.
Absolutely, and I can tell you now, some of the teams that I've seen in the Umzansi Super Cup, they are looking terrifying. Like, I would put them on the level that we're seeing at the Umzansi stage. I am putting them on the level that we are seeing maybe even the top 16 teams. So that added pressure, you're going to fall down into, you know, a pretty hot pit that you have to fight yourself out of. So for all of the teams, you know, finding themselves in that bottom 8, like you said, 10x Africa, you know, even Black Crystal, I mean, Team in wow, my English is horrible today. In Zimbi coming through, they need to make sure that they pick up their stocks. They need to get those points, not only for the prize pool, but like you said, to get out of relegation. It's not going to be an easy relegation this time around.
Not at all. It's going to be a very difficult situation because the level of PUBG Mobile is just increasing day on day within this region. Within Africa itself, it's just becoming a little bit ridiculous. Of course, though, there are still some teams that need to show why they had such backing coming into this one. Patchy, we've been talking about this G3 Temple squad. Interesting thing about them is that because they haven't played out all of their games, you know, we were talking about how some of these teams can still have a little bit of time to wait before they display their maximum power level. G3 Temple has fewer bites at the cherry. So can they actually afford to have another lackluster performance today, or do they need to really show up and bring the level of PUBG Mobile that we know they're capable of?
Yeah, I think at some point, you know, that has to come out. You can't let it slack too much in the group stages. You know, it's all well and good to start things off slow and not really put the 100% in, but you do need to have at least some performance just to make sure that you're secured. Because I mean, the feeling of, oh, are we gonna make it, guys? Like, you know, do we have enough points? Is this enough? It is never really a good feeling. You never want to be there as a team. So, of course, you're going to want to put in some performances. And, I mean, just for the sake of seeing what they have to offer, I would very much like to see them and a lot of the other teams that we have in our groups today. Just show us what they've got a little bit. I think there's a couple of teams that can definitely show what's going on here. I think Solo Esports was off to a very nice start earlier on in the season. So, I'd definitely like to see more out of them. I mean, you've already mentioned G3. And, I mean, there's plenty of teams. There's 4KT that I'd like to see coming through. And then, of course, we have the likes of Mad Knights, who have been performing fantastically, and you know, somebody's got to rise to meet them at the end of the day. And then, of course, you know, I've got to throw BBC in there as well. I'd like to see them come through and do some fancy stuff. You know, that's always good to see.
Hashtag no bias.
No, I'm not a bias caster.
I said it. I called it earlier.
I really want to see the Slime 4KT team do the same as well. You know, here in Group D, we obviously saw G3 Temper in Group B. Similar situation as Slime 4KT. Only 3 games played, so they certainly need to start performing here. But the team in question for the day, Proxy, here they're on the second page. This is a team to watch. This is who to look out for. Obviously, I'm talking about BBC. No, I'm kidding. Mad Knights.
Yeah, Mad Knights. I mean, if you look at it, sitting currently where they are at with 117 points, they've been gunning these last couple of games. They've also had a fantastic balance in terms of those elimination to placement points. You know, 65 placement points, running away with 52 eliminations, and so far 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, which is not the highest amount. Solo Esports actually has 1 more so far than they do, but they've been consistent. And it's, again, what we're talking about time and time again, is these teams need to stay consistent.
Consistency is just certainly what's going to allow you to get yourself into the best possible position, get into the playoffs as early as humanly possible so that you reduce the stress of the final weeks of regular play in the season. It does become very important as more time goes on. Today, though, one thing I want to look forward to seeing is how a team is going to be addressing Mad Knights. We've seen them come out with some heavy aggression to begin with, most of the maps that they played. Of course, there is now tape available of what they've been trying to accomplish, of how they've been approaching these games. So, of course, it is easy for everybody to study that, figure out exactly how to play around them, and get things going for themselves. Let's talk strategy here, Apache. For the first map here on Erangel, as we were talking about earlier, it is usually one of these maps that it's the bread and butter. in the PUBG Mobile side of things. If you do not perform well on Erangel, it's unlikely you'll have a very consistent day. So talk to me about what you expect to see today before we set up for the opening map. Are we going to get any surprises? We both mentioned that we would like to see some of these squads do something different, do something peculiar, especially if you're not in the top 16 right now. What do you think they can do to try and get the advantage over such squads like Mad Knight, BBC even, or even our boys here on Underrated Esports?
Well, I mean, that's a very good question, because I think the teams have really been doing quite well to polish up a lot of the gameplay elements, especially from previous seasons. I mean, we've just seen them increasing skill every single iteration, and now we've been watching quite closely as the teams have a very, very capable understanding of how things go. We've been seeing some really great utility usage, some very good defensing coming from a lot of the teams. What I would like to see perhaps coming out from some of the teams is maybe a little bit of the crazy stuff. You know, I think especially from the teams that have nothing to lose, you know, either at the very top or at the very bottom of the leaderboards. I mean, I think there's lots of potential there for some stuff to happen. You know, the teams kind of have a little bit of a extra leeway, because if you're at the bottom, then hey, what do you have to lose? I mean, all you could do is gain points. I mean, there's nothing really you can't. And then if you're at the top, it's the same. I mean, it's not like you're threatened to drop out of the stage. So you may as well try something crazy. And we have seen that in seasons past, where teams do some very interesting ritual sacrifices in the depths of the ocean, and that's always fun. So I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get something like that again. Probably not, but we can always hope, right?
I mean, Proxy, yesterday we literally saw a team do a full ocean rotation as a squad, sitting outside the zone, all of them trying to heal up. It was kind of hilarious. What do you think? Are we going to get those kind of strats again here today? Because as Patchy has been mentioning, for the most part, we've been witnessing a very util/nade focused meta in these opening 3 weeks of the Umzansi Esports League. Today, are we going to get any surprises, or is it going to be more of the bread and butter that we've come to see?
Well, the interesting thing is about PUBG Mobile in general as a scene as well, is there's been a lot of, opportunities for that scene recently. And because of the opportunities in the scene, teams have been getting a lot more international experience. That international experience also means in terms of changes with meta. That meta comes back into the region. It's recycled in terms of the talent that we go through with these teams, and we start to see that shift in terms of the structure. Even the way that, the teams are playing PUBG today versus the first day of Season 1 of Umzansi, vastly two different, strategies coming through. A heavier focus on later, later placements and rotations to ensure that they are alive. So we see a lot more teams towards those later phases, which is again why I see the utilities coming out, because you need to flush out the majority of teams that are surrounding you in every single crevice and building that they can find. So not surprised that we're seeing a lot of that utility coming out. And that boat rotation, or boatation as DK likes to call it, that sounds like a very BBC thing to do, but it is a very fun thing to witness. And I would like to see some of the teams, trying their luck a little bit while they're still in the qualifiers, while they're still sort of, sussing out the rest of the competition. Try them, see how far you can go, try your luck, see how far you can take and push the envelope.
Absolutely. Pushing the envelope is necessary at this stage when you still have the latitude to try new things. You still have the ability to figure out exactly what can work come the playoff weekend. But for now, we are going to be seeing these teams getting into Erangel. It's going to be very exciting. Groups B and D coming together to play against each other. This map on Erangel, usually in these first 3 weeks, has come down to a bevy of teams contesting the 6th or even 7th zone. So we're hoping for that kind of action. And to bring you that hype, we've got two stellar casters. We have Patchy. We have the return of ES Proxy to the Umzansi Esports League. Take it away, y'all, for this opening game of the evening. PUBG Mobile on Erangel. As we get into it, though, Patchy, I'll give you the final word. Prediction. How many squads? How many zones?
How many squads? How many zones? Oh, I think we maybe get 7 zones, and I think we'll have quite a few squads in that zone. At least, I'd say at least like 10. Let's go with 10 in like zone 5.
Damn, that's a major action-packed split. All right, take it away, y'all. Let's find out if that future will come to pass. It is Erangel. It is the Umzansi Esports League. It is ES Proxy and Patchy. We'll see you afterwards.
Thank you so much, Snare. We're into the first map, and yes, the return of its proxy to Umza. I'm kidding. No, it's. Yeah. I'm so happy to be back. I'm so happy to see how the teams have changed. In the off season, they had quite a long time between the last season of Umzansi to this season. So I'm expecting a lot of changes from these teams. I'm expecting some, resurgence in terms of the strategies that they're going to be bringing to us, and maybe even taking from that international meta like we were mentioning earlier. Already the flight path, looking pretty happy. Looking pretty happy taking coming off pretty much the northeastern side of the island. Curious to see where that zone is going to be going. Generally, you know, we might have a bit more central of that Erangel zone, and then we know towards the end Erangel just goes a little crazy with the zone rotations.
Yeah, I mean, hence my prediction of 10 teams in zone number 5. I mean, who knows? It probably won't happen because, you know, S-Proxy doesn't like my chances, but I'm 100% prediction patchy, so all of my predictions come true all the time.
There's literally video evidence that your predictions don't always go right.
You see, the thing is, you don't have any proof. I don't know what you mean.
It's literally on not with. It's literally on the YouTube. Okay, you know. It's fine. I'm not.
And it's in the west.
Yes, it is. So that does mean that majority of unfortunately, that zone is going to be cut off with water. Maybe a good opportunity once again to see some rotations coming through. Like you said, you can take a rotation all the way from the southern side even to the north. Zaki is pretty much uncontested. Even the majority of the western side of Erangel, pretty bare, pretty open. Anyone can take it, really.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the question of those rotations, you know, especially the crazy strats, the thing is, a lot of the strategies that we would consider kind of strange or not very regular or normal is a strategy that you can only really pull off if you've got the right setup or the right, you know, chain of events. You know, I wouldn't expect a team that's just dropped and, you know, you've picked up a shotgun and you don't really have anything else to just jump into a boat and spend the entirety of the game driving around. You know, it just wouldn't be feasible because you wouldn't have a very good game by the time you got off that boat unless you just planned on, I don't know, just stacking smokes and then throwing as many smokes as possible in the smallest area possible and then running around shooting into the smoke with shotguns. I can't really think of anything else that you could do in that situation. And even if that were the case, I mean, you wouldn't get very far if people decided to just spray through the smoke, which is very frequently what the teams do. I mean, we've been seeing them really up the game in terms of the utility game. We were speaking about that just a little bit earlier. And I really have seen that in the season so far. Season 5 has been absolutely rife with very, very good utility usage. I mean, there's even a bit of a meme that happened right in the beginning of the season where a team was just absolutely bombing the area around them, and there was no team. There was just no team anywhere nearby, and they were still just bombing everything. And it was really funny. They wasted like at least 2 or 3 rotations of utility on just clearing the area with no one in it. But I mean, that's what we see from these teams. It's actually very good due diligence. It's a lot of really great utility usage from the get-go. We're not seeing teams pick up the util and then just not use it until the late game. I mean, they're picking it up and they're using it immediately just to get more and use it more, which is really fantastic to see. And that really has changed up a way the game kind of works. So you do need to get yourself set up just a little bit here to be able to be successful in these games.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of rotations, you know, the botations, as DK often likes to mention them, I generally would only really see them if, you know, they've got an early chance, maybe a good bit of intel that, you know, the rotation you're taking is going to be left open. Otherwise, you will be finding yourself in a bit of a hot seat like we can currently see here with Team Unique up against a very, very happy to take some eliminations. In Zimbi coming through, and already Hansley being a little bit cheeky, finding a nice angle here, at least to 1. So now the recovery has to come through here. I mean, with 2 up close in the building and a third having to make a pretty further rotation to try get back into the action. It might be a tough time here, but Unique as well, taking a nice bit of damage, but a very spread out approach for this.
Yeah, that was a nice little peek there by Hansley. Just get a bit of extra damage, and now put in Zimbi on the back foot just to make sure that they can't do anything too crazy here. And Unique have bought themselves a little bit. Oh, what a fantastic! This is what I'm talking about as proxy. This is it. The nades are coming through right from the get-go. We're only a couple of minutes into the game, but this is it. Unique going in for the kill, going for the throw down, not letting up on that gas at all. They're just putting their foot all the way down. It's fantastic because, I mean, how many times would we have seen this situation transpire where the team would have taken too long, waited too long, and missed out on the opportunity? But no, this time around, Unique, they'll just go for the throat immediately. They pick up the kills, and now Nzimbi on the run.
There's no reason to stop. I mean, you've got that initial entry. You know that they're pressured, getting the information because of this, because of the spread out approach that they're taking. This is understandable. I mean, they have an opportunity here to take out one of the teams, at least already taken 2 eliminations into their pockets. That's 2 points already that they can add to their scoreboard here. So I love the momentum coming through from Team Unique, and I am not surprised that their nades are still on point. They were absolutely gunning it in PMPL Africa in terms of, you know, this exact same strategy, just cornering teams with utility and with this very spread out approach, and just pincering every single team in front of them, and it's working out for them already in early rotation. They've got what they needed to. They can get a little bit closer to the zone, some good eliminations for them, and they can running with a 2-2 setup now. So a little bit of scouting basically being done now, so they can build out a path to safety, at least hopefully for the next little bit of the zone. But I like that. I'm very happy with that. And we mentioned a little bit what we were waiting for in terms of the numbers to zone, you know, sort of comparison. I know in previous seasons, you know, we didn't often have that many teams towards the later phases of the zones, and I'm hoping that has somewhat shifted for this for the scene and for the structure that they have put into place. So hell, you know, I'm happy for that to, from 10 into what I believe you said was the 5th zone, I'm happy for those numbers to even still be bumped up.
See, even S-Proxy believes in the patchy prediction. See, I don't know what more you need. It's guaranteed to happen at this rate.
Don't twist my words like that. Listen here.
It's gonna happen. Don't worry.
Okay, no, it's fine. So for now, we're looking at 10-5. Okay, we're looking at 10 teams to the 5th zone. But in the meantime, Team Unique, they have spotted out a little bit of information here. Exo Redefined pulling on through into the buildings, with 2 being a little bit later to the party. Oh, and they're going to be paying for it. Hansley, once again, just finding the openers here for Team Unique tonight.
Well, clearly he's out for blood, and he's getting it. They've already got 2 kills. They set one team running and in Zimbi, and now they're looking towards Exo Redefine, and they're like, can we find anything over here? Is there something here? Is there an opportunity? It looks like the opportunity, however, has been taken back slightly. Sean just getting a little bit of extra damage there and making sure Unique don't get away unscathed. They weren't expecting this angle from Sean, so at least there is a little bit of counterplay coming out. I mean, if we had started to see Unique running away with the game for free, I would have been a little bit I would have been suspect. I would have been questioning the other teams. I mean, you've got to punish, and that's exactly what EXO has started to do. Sean getting a nice shot in towards Hainsley there, making sure that they are putting the pressure in on the rotations. They're not letting Unique get away for free. And this is the quality that I expect from the teams at this stage of the game. You know, previously we might see a team like Unique roll up, get a little bit of pressure, look for something, you know, get some free space to move around and potentially maneuver for an attack and take the compound. This time around, we're seeing teams that are immediately responsive. They've got teams, their teams set up in such a way that they can make some kind of a counterplay. We had Sean just on the outside, had a good angle to respond to that. So some really good stuff coming, some dynamic play coming from the teams here. They're not just static, they're not just sitting inside a building, everyone, you know, kind of clustered together. There's some counterplay, there's some plans coming through from these teams, which is great. Blue Zone obviously coming in, but it's not doing too much damage at the moment, just a bit more of a tickle at the moment. So the team's not too worried about it. They're going to get their rotations off. Unique plotting themselves down in towards the east side of that zone as the blue starts to roll up. The rest of the team coming to join them. A little bit of shots coming in from what looks like sidemen off in the distance, but they should be able to make it out no problem.
No, they should be fine for now. Zone moving on through as well, so nothing too crazy just yet. I mean, looking at the numbers, we've had a few, you know, players dropping so far, mostly at the hands of Team Unique. But no teams have been in danger. No entire team wipes coming through, so looking pretty good. Everyone's still making sure that they're getting their loot up and hopefully getting into a better position within that western zone, which I'm very curious about at this point in time. I really do want to understand where the teams are going to be focusing, you know, their efforts. Are we going to be seeing a heavy focus on Everest? Are we going to be seeing a heavy focus on, you know, potentially Georgia Pool? Or, you know, how bad is that fight going to be for center zone, which I believe should be around Gatka or towards Ruins? It's going to be interesting and to see which teams are placing more of that emphasis on those earlier rotations, because we've seen that really play in dividends for a lot of the teams. But it's also very risky because you put yourself in the line of fire, because everyone wants that real estate, everyone wants center position of the zone. So it's a bit of a give and take here. We can see Sidemen as well making the entry towards the zone, and get towards Headshot Hills. You need to be careful. They might be running into a few other teams just up ahead, like Mars.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Mars has run into Nerf Me, who has a nice little car in hand and is certainly causing a little bit of damage. You can see some teams are on the rotate now, and Mars just sitting inside the compound at the moment, hiding behind those walls, making sure that they can't get sniped by the likes of Sidemen, who are looking for a bit of an opportunistic play. They won't find anything just yet, but they are safe inside of the zone at the moment. They've got the kill to play around at least. They're just spreading the team out, making sure that they are not staying too static for the moment. It'll be interesting to see when the eliminations start to come through as proxy, because we haven't seen any teams, like you said, get threatened to be eliminated at this point, but we're seeing some fighting happening relatively early on. I mean, this is very quick to start some serious battles, and the teams are quite happy to do so. They feel quite ready to make it happen, and I mean, Nerf Me is apparently very happy to just start sniping everyone on the map, so this is great.
No, absolutely. And it's expected with that huge shift in terms of the flight path that we had to the zone. So the teams that have taken those earlier rotations, they've set themselves up. Now, the teams on the later rotation, they're going to be running into a couple of crossfires. They're going to be running into some crosses that they weren't planning on. As you can see here with the Sidemen, who've made their rotation into ruins, but obviously right up ahead is a few teams. I mean, you've got Mars to the left, you've got Raptors to the right. You can take your pick at this point in time. So hopefully Nerf Me is ready with those snipers, because they might have to fight their way out of this one with the next zone shift, depending on how it's going to be going. So, Sting, we already have seen at least a few more players dropping. Still nothing too crazy to really indicate that we're going to be seeing team wipes. I do see BBC feeling a little bit of the pressure to the detriment of Patchy. So, let's hope they be okay, Patchy. Let's hope they get out of that.
I'm sure they'll be fine. We'll send them some energy and strength. You know, I'm sure they'll use it to spirit bomb their way to victory. For now, though, we'll watch the sniper battles continue, which is a very interesting thing that's happening right now. Obviously, the teams have decided that just picking up those long range rifles is the way to go, and it seems to be working out for at least some players, such as Nerf Me. Hunter's also got his rifle in hand, so true to his name at the moment. You can see the minimap there. That zone has shifted once again towards the west, so Hospital and sort of South George is looking like the place to be. We've also got a considerable amount of the sea still left in the map, so at least there is a reduced amount of playable area as well. So the teams are going to get forced towards the coast, which will certainly be quite interesting here as we move forward through the game. Still 16 teams remaining as proxy, so a lot of teams still on the board as this map is getting smaller and smaller, and so that Patchy prediction looking like it may just come true yet still.
I'm just saying, you said 10 in the 5th zone, and we still have 16.
Well, I mean, I said at least 10, right? So, like, if more teams
you said
go
10.
in... I said at least 10. So, if more teams go through, it still counts.
Again, you know, you're always going to be right if you keep changing your answers. You know that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. That's what
but what's interesting to me is I did see Mad Knight actually taking control of Everest there when we saw that initial shift, and what's even better is that Solo just an immediate run towards the center of the zone there towards Hospital as soon as that shift came through, right up ahead of Mad Knight, who closely followed them alongside a few of the other teams. Of course, we can see that eastern side of the zone is going to be absolutely jam-packed with the rotations, with a few more teams coming through from the northern side of the Bridge of Georgia Pool. So I'm expecting quite a few fights, as we can see in the elimination feed already, to break out with these next rotations, and this is what we were worried about. It's that push for the next zone, it's that push for safety, as we can see Zeus now fighting his way potentially out of the situation with the Raptors. Oh, he's got the mid kit out, it's going to get pushed. Somehow there's a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. It does seem like Raptors might clean this up, unless Pronto has something to say about it. Does find one, but now still a recovery has to happen here. 2 more left up ahead. Nade is going to be missing. Maybe the Molotov might touch something, but Pronto is going to get caught out in the open. And Slime 4KT will be our first team to drop back into the lobby.
That is... I am actually so surprised by that. Like,
yeah.
I actually can't believe what I just witnessed. I mean,
Raptors
absolutely
4KT
caught out. That was nuts. They just were not able to respond to that at all. The team just caught completely off guard, taken down very, very soundly as well. The response did come in towards the end there, and there was some counterplay, grenades coming through, but I mean, there just wasn't enough. The team had already fallen flat by that stage. So, yeah, I mean, that is definitely kind of surprising. Hoping to see a little bit more out of 4KT in the pressure. Maybe they'll bring something back. From now, G3 looking to step up the pace. It's Unique in their crosshairs, and goodbye to Team Unique immediately. They just get absolutely trounced back, and I mean, this is happening very quickly as Proxy. I mean, these teams are starting to kick into gear, and the Team Unique, which was looking so good in the beginning of this map, not looking so good anymore. They're out in the lobby already, and now it's G3 turning their attention towards BBC, looking for the elimination, but Kratos a little bit too far from the vehicle, keeping ahead of those shots, trying to stay alive. The zone has shifted up once again. We're in towards zone number 4. We've got 13 teams still left on the board, so, you know, we can make it. The prediction is still alive.
I think I might have, had a look through the prediction glasses, because this is exactly what I was worried about. That Eastern rotation coming through now with the zone shift, and because of the late rotations of so many of those Western teams, the Eastern teams, so many fights breaking out, and with the team drops, it's going to be absolutely crazy. But as we turn our attention to a few more teams underrated, spotting out Solar Esports here, looking to do a little bit of damage, but they do need to be careful because they've got a few teams lurking behind them as well. They do not want to be caught out, being tunnel visioned, and unfortunately getting flanked. So we do see some of the teams still moving on closer and closer for the time being. BBC and Mars now finding themselves in a little bit of a spot of trouble, especially Sonny here coming through, trying to get the res onto Nihal. Nice nade there from Turbo to take himself out there. So we'll be giving BBC a little bit of space here to get the res out. And now the surprise jump from Sony might be exactly what they need to get back into this. Timing is going to be everything. Turbo's still down. And it's going to come down once again to the nades and the flashes. Okay. That made me a little bit too nervous, but Sony is still alive. Mars still have at least 1 or 2 up and running, but needing to rotate through. Kratos now joining the party, just trying to find that last connecting shot towards Mars.
Yeah, those LMGs working out very nicely for BBC. They can just pull that trigger and go absolutely nuts there around the corners, and that's exactly what they're doing. Kratos now ready to just hold that angle down. Mars trying to go for that revive, but the nades getting prepped, and this should be an easy pickup for BBC. The nades are coming through. The push comes out, actually decides to take the fight instead. Kratos has to be careful. Trying to take the duel here, but the LMG comes out. It's got plenty of bullets, doesn't have to reload for this.
Come back here.
Absolutely chases them down, and there it is, the closing from the rest of the team. Come here indeed, Mars comes back to the lobby.
That was a little bit crazy, and I don't expect it to stop anytime soon. If we take a look at that mini-map, it's just absolute skittles everywhere you look. It is a beautiful explosion of color, but a very bad thing for the teams that are trying to stay alive here towards the southern part of the zone rotation, still moving on through swiftly, as we do see Fear in a bit of a spot of trouble between G3 Temper and XO Redefined, who will be just pulling back in the meantime. Again, a little bit of rotation here from the coast as well. It is going to be a tough time for teams moving on into the action. Mad Knight in the feed as well, taking down 10X. So this is going to be interesting. 12 teams left, 4 zones deep. Patchy predictions might still be up.
It certainly is. I'm telling you what, we still have a few seconds left before the next zone comes through, but this is it. The shots are coming through, but no teams eliminated just yet. EXO in a bit of a tussle with Trinity there, taking a few bits of damage. Fear also getting taken out by BBC. EXO Redefined still picking up those kills. Bipolar gets taken out. Here's a really nice nade getting prepped from Chaos King's Tricks. Just finding a couple of dunks there. Victor gets taken out of that, turning his attention towards EXO Redefined. The teams are getting shoved into one another here in the south as they try and move up in towards that zone. But here it is, as Proxy 5 zones deep. We have 11 teams remaining.
One off.
100% prediction Patchy
Unlucky.
remains intact.
Again, you can't just keep changing your answer. This doesn't work this way.
100% prediction. I don't know what to tell you.
Doesn't work this way, but okay. Let's take a look at Chaos Kings here, dealing quite a bit of damage here towards G3 Temper. Rotation still coming through. Fear right up ahead as well. So they need to be careful here. EXO Redefined. I mean, Chaos King's just so happy to take a piece of anyone and everyone at this moment in time. And as we mentioned, still 11 teams up, and Atom taking the rotation into the next phase, which has moved a little bit more towards the north. So I'm checking out Solar Esports, I'm checking out some of the teams that made those early rotations, and Lens out in the open, doing quite a bit of damage, but not before being taken down. A G3 Temper gets confirmed back into the lobby. Fear now seeming to be the potential next team with a couple of shots like this coming through from Chaos Kings. I don't know about you, Patchy, but I feel like Fear's time is numbered. Their days are numbered as Minato comes through and just tries to find the last nail in the coffin of Fear. And it will be... Oh, wow. Out in 10th.
That was beautiful by Chaos King. Minato just doing a little bit of bobbing and weaving there. Beautifully played. And, of course, some very nice DP work from Trix coming through there. To close that out. That was just very, very well done from them. They just managed that situation quite nicely. Chaos Kings coming through. They want to put some points on the board, and they've managed to do that, although they are now throwing themselves into the frying pan at the moment, just diving into the sea. I mean, this is about to be a tough one. It's a battle on the coastline as proxy. It's a beach battle. These teams are getting forced in towards one another. Here's Mad Knights pushing in towards Pyros, who is very much in a very difficult spot here. All these teams are being sandwiched up against the coast, and this is about to be chaos.
Oh, underrated. Esports just hoping and begging that Pyros can stay alive and maybe trade a couple of nades for some eliminations here, as we do see Chaos in the meantime turning their attention towards solo esports while Mad Knight looks to take out underrated. And I'm seeing a few teams just literally throwing themselves into the water at this stage because the chaos on the coast, the spacing that's available, well, there's none. There's literally none. We've got so many teams snaking it in the grass, hoping to not be spotted. Looking at this now, rotation coming through, Extra Redefine just looking at so, I mean, they obviously can't see the names that we can, but if they knew how many players are right ahead of them, I can imagine they must be going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I would be sweating as well. I mean, these teams are just getting eliminated left and right. The shots coming in. Exo Redefine taking some damage there. Trinity Gaming off towards the beach, just firing those shots in. And Exo Redefine, too many angles to worry about. And there's Sidemen with some long-range shots from across the beach, just finding some kills. And here's Africa swimming around in the ocean, hoping not to get taken up just yet. The blue zone is very, very threatening at this point. 5 zones deep. It's doing damage. Hunter still with that sniper rifle, despite the size of the zone. He's quite happy to just pull that out and try and put some shots in. Taking some shots himself, though, has to be careful. You can't just stand around there with no cover. You are definitely going to get hit, and that's exactly what happens. The teams are just ready to pick you off if they can see your head, and right now there's so little cover that seeing your head is a little bit easier than you would like. The smokes get popped, and Sleepy starts to rotate through as the Sidemen trying to get their spot in the zone. Some of the players just opting to crouch down and hope that the hill is enough to save them. The smokes are getting popped by just about everyone. Here's Freezer, though, on the back line, trying to get solo, and there they go. Instant elimination. There's just so many angles that are being watched right now. 5 teams remaining here in zone number 6.
I mean, good luck to any and every team that does not have a plethora of smokes left, or at least a vehicle to hide behind, because it is just so widely open here towards the coast. At least 1 or 2 trees and a rock or 2 to work with here, but it is going to be a very tough journey for the teams moving on ahead. Mad Knight's still in this, getting a little bit pressured here by Sidemen, who do have Hunter to revive here. Trinity Gaming, in the meantime, taking a bit of a swim and hoping the rest of the teams will take themselves out while they just try and stay alive. Sidemen and Mad Knights, pretty much one of the few teams that are still here towards the mainland, but looking towards this zone. It has shifted just ever so slightly, a little bit more towards the land. Savage just trying to stay alive between the crosshair of so many teams looking to get these wipes coming through. Now, Trinity Gaming experiencing a little bit of pressure as well as Chaos has found them. And I don't know, here for Savage, this is such a difficult situation. I'm not even sure if they have smokes. They just need to hope that Sidemen at some point turn away their attention and give them some sort of a gap to move into a safer position here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Chaos is just doing damage control on the back line, trying to pick up the fish in the sea, and that's exactly what they're doing. Trinity Gaming gets eliminated there, and Daz just trying to swim to save the life of his team as he's swimming around in the sea with basically no HP, and it's about to get depleted. He has to be very careful here. Savage still healing up behind that vehicle to the best of his ability, trying to stay alive for the Mad Knights, but yeah, I'm not too sure how much longer this position is going to be tenable here. I mean, that blue zone is coming in. It's about to shift. The numbers are not in his favor whatsoever, and the entirety of the Sidemen, or at least almost the entirety of the Sidemen, are completely focused on him. And now that the Chaos Knights have actually finished cleaning up the back line in that ocean, they are going to turn their attention both towards the Sidemen and towards Savage. If they decide to engage Sidemen now, maybe iSavage has a chance.
Ooh. Or iSavage can just do the work themselves. I mean, taking out one from the sidemen, looking to take out another here from Chaos. Not afraid whatsoever, but Sleepy as well, doing quite a bit of damage, as we can see coming through. Minato now taken down to half HP. And, I mean, this rotation from sidemen, the two in the back line, one ahead, was looking to work out pretty nicely if they weren't found in a crossfire there. So Sleepy has gone down, and I don't think in any good position here to get a res coming through. Nerf Me now, one of the last remaining standing players here for sidemen. In the meanwhile, Chaos, they have come through with an absolute vengeance, now leading the pack in terms of the numbers available. And Freezer has gone for the care package. Just nearly in a spot of trouble. Nerf Me has spotted them and hitting the shot, but it's not going to be enough. Once again, Nerf Me comes through with a beautiful snipe, but immediately traded. Now down to iSavage, who has to just snake in the grass and hope for something here, hope for a good opportunity. But they're in a 1-on-2 scenario here, Patchy. Potentially a 1-on-3.
Yeah, the res should maybe be able to come through here. It won't be too difficult. Unfortunately, the sidemen forced into a very difficult situation. Then Nerf Me was actually looking very confident with that car. But I mean, when you have a multiple player disadvantage, then it's kind of difficult to avoid the crossfire. And so the double peak comes through. The res comes through for Chaos Knight, of course. And Minato, just healing himself back up in the blue zone, should be able to make the push into safety very soon. iSavage just has to weather the storm right now. The blue zone pushing him forward slowly, the nades coming through to just flush him out from every possible position. Minato has made it back into the zone, is slowly crawling up. I mean, this 1v3 should be impossible for iSavage. It's not totally impossible, but it should be. The smokes have got popped, freezes coming in from the side, the flanks are too much, the double peak should be it, and the blue zone should just seal the deal.
Pretty much. I mean, there's the stand-up is going to find one, but immediate return from Chaos Kings, and they will be taking the winner on Erangel. Not a surprise, but I mean, for a moment there, I was putting my money on Mad Knight. I was even putting my money on Sidemen, but I was not putting my money on Chaos Kings, who have come through with a clutch of an absolute century there with 15 eliminations from that coastal line cleanup.
Yeah, absolutely insane coming out from them. Some nice damage. You can see they were just doing absolute work for the team. And I think I'm there with you. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have doubled down on Chaos Kings to take a chicken dinner, but they did a very good job of that. And well done to them for taking that chicken dinner on map number 1.
They live up to their names. They brought the chaos that none of us were expecting, and they managed to eke out that victory. And not just eke one out, but 15 placement points and 15 eliminations, giving them a grand total of 30, dramatically improving their points tally coming into this one. So they look very, very hot in this particular map, and they, of course, are going to be the ones taking Erangel. Patchy, you told us there were going to be 10 teams in Zone 5. There were 11, I'll give it to you. But what you did not tell us, right, you wanted excitement. Did you expect to have 6 teams doing an impression of Navy SEALs, all just hiding in the water, waiting for their opportunities? That was hella wild at the very end there, wasn't it?
I was actually really hoping that we would get a coast finish. I didn't say anything because it always jinxes it. Like, we always know, like, if you say what you want, the game never gives it to you. I was kind of hoping for a coastal finish, but we got one heck of a coastal finish. I mean, we were on the beach. We were fighting. I mean, it was giving some flashbacks on that one. I mean, we were like just fighting in the ocean up and down the beachfront. That was a little bit crazy. I mean, the teams that you saw at the end there, the sidemen even, they were popping smokes like, this is all we got. There's no cover. We just have to walk forward and hope that I can snipe people before they shoot me. And I mean, that's the name of the game. We just get some crazy stuff getting thrown in. I mean, that kind of plays into what I always say about controlling the chaos of the game, because sometimes you just can't predict how things are going to pan out. Sometimes you get a really nice zone. Sometimes you get the beach.
Yep. You get the beach. And S-Proxy, you know, we had a situation in this game where not only did we get the beach, we got a very uncovered and unfiltered part of the beach, which made sure that this util plays that you were talking about earlier were absolutely necessary at that point. And as we look at our match MVP here, who I'm interested to see who it's going to be. But as that's about to come up, Strix, 10 eliminations. Are you kidding me? That's insane. But the lack of cover there were so many teams that just ended up just lying down, and they were like, well, we don't want to be the first ones to reveal ourselves. How much pressure is it when you're in that situation, knowing how many squads are around you, but having no vision of exactly where they are?
Oh, it is horrific. I mean, it happens in PUBG Mobile every now and then, whether you've got no cover in the middle of a valley, you're out in the fields, or if you're finding yourself on the coastal line, you got to work with what you've got. And I mean, there we had 2 trees, 1 rock. I think we had a car, maybe 2 cars, and hopefully just a lot of smokes. And that's basically all the teams had to work with, which is why we saw so many of them just jumping into the water, because at that point it was the safest, in all honesty, especially if you were looking at, a 1v5, fight up against the tree, or if you were just solo and just hoping to stay alive. So it's a pressure situation, but I mean, absolutely well done to Trix coming through here with the 10 eliminations, and I really do think that came through for Chaos Kings in terms of their early rotation. They really made that final zone work in their favor.
Absolutely, and they'll be well rewarded for their return, getting the winner chicken dinner, getting a bunch of points, but also setting themselves up quite nicely for the rest of the evening. As we look at where this leaves them for how the evening has gone, of course, we're expecting in the total tally of points that they're going to be sitting very firm at the very top. But there are some squads nearby them which they do have to worry about here. The Sidemen did make it very close into that final zone as well, just not able to clutch it out. But yet again here, Patchy, Mad Knight. Yes, it might not have been the best day at the office for them, only 4 eliminations, but these 12 placement points, very good considering where they already are. But it really came close. Savage, if he had a bit more cover and a bit more vision earlier than that last 2 zone fight, they could have actually still gotten themselves higher up on this ranking leaderboard. So how scary is it for a lot of these other teams going into Sanhok, knowing that they have that capability, they have that skill, even if they don't have the necessarily favorable position in the game?
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that, you have a team that's out here performing consistently. We've seen them get very high kill games. We've seen them get very high placement games. And we've seen them get games where they've done exactly what Chaos Kings have done here and double their points based on placements plus eliminations. So, I mean, when you have teams that are capable of this, of course, you have to be a little bit worried. You have to be wary of what these guys are capable of. I'm still waiting for a lot of the step up, the ramping up of the strats and the players coming in for the next stage of the tournament. But I mean, just from what we see now, there are some serious challenges to stir the pot and to make things very, very difficult for some of the teams who are wanting to fight for those top spots. So definitely, I would be just a little bit wary of what the Mad Knights are pulling out and what a lot of the teams are showing that they are capable of.
Of course, a lot of these teams have done their most to get these points now. They get in the upper half. Teams like 10x Africa finally able to have a good day at the office. It did come with some swimming strats, just trying to get to the very end there. I mean, you do what you need to do to get yourself in a good position, but some of these squads at the very bottom, Slime 4KT, yet another poor performance from them. This is very frustrating too, because they have played fewer games than almost anybody else, so they have fewer opportunities to make up those points tally. The same is not true for everybody around them, but teams like Solo Esports, they get to rest easy with 5 points. If you're Slime 4KT, performances like this are not good enough, are they? They need to step it up, and they need to do it soon.
Again, I understand wanting to keep your strategies a little bit more under lock and key, or trying to save some of the best performances for later. But if you are saving so much that you're going to be falling out of the qualifiers, if you're not going to be in the top 16, what is the point? They need to bring some sort of fire, some sort of passion that we know they can bring. I mean, I could even say the same for Team Unique. I want them a little bit higher next time, because they started out with such a beautiful push there towards I think it was Team in Zimbi, I believe it was, potentially. So I want to see more from them. I don't want to just see those 2 early eliminations, take that further. They clearly have what it takes, and so do many of these teams. But we need to see that reflected on the overall rankings. They need to make sure that they're in that top 16. It's not impossible at this point. It really isn't.
Absolutely not. There's still a lot of time to try and get yourself into that position. And as we take a look now at the overall rankings, this particular match of the beginning of the day, not really going to be having too much of an impact on what these overall rankings look like. Mad Knight and Solo Esports had already done enough to solidify their position in this top 4, and it's not going to be changing after this particular game. However, the Chaos Kings, fresh off of this victory, have really elevated their fortunes, Patchy. They were so much lower than this, but now suddenly you're in the top 8. Suddenly you're starting to feel very comfortable about guaranteeing your spot into that playoff weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what a good game can do for you. I mean, we were talking about some of the teams that have a lot of work to do from the bottom of that scoreboard, and this is just the proof that it's very doable. It's very possible. I mean, while we still have the opportunity, while you still have the time to pull something like this off, this is where you can put the effort in and get those chicken dinners, get those kills. I mean, the Chaos Kings literally doubled their points. They got 30 points total in a single match. That's literally, I mean, as many points as some teams have in total over the course of 9 matches. So just the fact that they were able to pick that up in one single match is enough to bring them up here onto the first page, which is fantastic. And I mean, that's great for them. And any team can really pull that off if they put in the work and put in the grind. Of course, you can look at some of the teams there, like, for instance, Chaos Kings, Mad Knights, and Solar Esports. Those are the teams that only have 7 matches under the belt right now, as opposed to all the other teams on this first page with 9. So they still have a couple of games to put on and some more points to get. So, I mean, if Chaos Kings really wanted to, if they can get another repeat performance like that, they can easily boost themselves even further up that leaderboard. And the same is true for any of the teams that currently have that 7 next to their name.
Absolutely. Having that one standout performance really elevates your fortunes. Of course, some of these 7 teams like Unique, Fear, Raptor, and Trinity Gaming, we see getting into the top 16, and BBC just being able to creep their way into it. So Apache is definitely going to be happy about that one. But something I want to just go back to what he said now. When we were talking about how well they performed for Chaos Kings, as one of the biggest things of having that kind of performance is not just the fact that your squad can place very highly and you can get as many eliminations as they did, but the fact that 10 of them came from one player. The ability that any given person can just pop off that highly, whereas sometimes it takes entire squads just to match that kind of elimination tally. How much of an advantage is it into these kind of lobbies where you don't necessarily have to be fully cohesive? You just have to create the opportunity for one of your players to have the best game possible.
I mean, I believe it came down to really the positional advantage that Chaos Kings created for them, and that obviously comes through from the team decision and the team strategy. But if you, like you said, if you have one player that is popping off like an absolute mad lad, coming through and pulling numbers like 10 eliminations, and I think it was 1.7k damage, doing the most, either with whatever they were using, if it was like the car with Nerf Me or the rifles coming through, it's phenomenal, because at the end of the day, every single elimination counts, and we saw what a massive jump they were able to make. I mean, Chaos Kings went all the way from 16th to 8th within one game. So huge advantage. And the thing is, a lot of these teams, they have those beautiful MVPs within their squads. I mean, we can take a look at the next page as well. I can more than likely highlight a couple of players as well that bring that action coming through, especially in a team like G3 Temper and Sideman with Nerf Me and the crazy car shots we saw today. They just need to be able to create those opportunities, and that comes through with the positional play. That comes through with the strategy from the team, because if you put that same team, if you put Chaos Kings in a 1vx, if you put Trix in that 1vx situation, highly doubt he would have done the same numbers that he was doing now. But because they had better numbers, they had better positioning, they were able to pull out a beautiful winner chicken dinner.
What a winner chicken dinner is very useful to have. Of course, when we're looking at the teams that are 17th to 24th, just outside of contention to be inside the playoff positionings, none of them have managed to get winner chicken dinners. However, the point tallies as they're looking right now, very shallow in between the teams that are safe in the top 16 and the teams that are not. And that shallowness continues all the way down the card here into the bottom 8 teams. And Patchy, these teams, they're very worried, not just about being able to get forward, but of course, we spoke about it earlier, getting to avoid playing in this relegation promotion playoffs, staying automatically in the Umzansi Esports League. There's still a lot of bites at the cherry for teams like Exo Redefined, for teams like From Mars. They know that if they get that one standout performance, it can really jump them up. But Slime 4KT, they've got 4 games played. They're at 32 points right now. Obviously, they can also make that massive jump with one strong performance coming in from them. But if they don't, and let's say we get into the final map of the day, by the time Miramar rolls around and they're still in this last page, what's the coaching mechanism, the coaching strategy to ensure that a team that is as skilled as they are doesn't find themselves losing the mental game and suddenly just falling apart as a squad?
Well, I mean, you would definitely have to make sure that the team is ready to do what it takes to actually get in that one peak performance right now. Because, I mean, we saw that just one 30 bomb performance is enough to boost you quite high through the map. I mean, you could see that some of the teams are floating around 60 points at the moment. I mean, if a team like 4KT were to drop that 30 bomb now, they would be there. They would be right there in the midst of that with 62 points. So a 30 bomb game is something that can definitely be something that can happen. You can achieve that. And we've definitely seen that a team like 4KT are capable of such a performance. And so if you find yourself in that situation where you haven't gotten that performance that you're looking for, you haven't found what you want, and you're sort of down to the dime now, and you have to put that performance in, then you have to make sure that the team is ready to go through that mental battle. It has to be a case of, all right, we have to go in, and we have to go in seriously with a plan. We have to go in all in, put all your cards down on the table, because then it's all or nothing, basically. And, a team like 4KT can definitely cope under that pressure. I think we've seen them do similar things before. I mean, I mentioned a little bit earlier on in the season that this is the team that was able to, at least in name, go from last place to first place. So things are not off the cards for them. And definitely any team that can pull a really great performance in a single game. You can literally just change the fate of the tournament just by a single game. So yeah, you just have to double down and take it seriously just long enough for you to actually put that performance in.
There's still 2 more games to come for the evening. Let's take a look at the maps that we have on the card. The opportunities for them to still return to some former winning ways and to drop those massive amount of points might still come this evening. We're rounding out the evening with Miramar, but this second map is where fortunes of many of these squads have not only changed, but have been made directly. Sanhok, the place of action, the place of madness. Also, generally the map that we describe as extremely chaotic here. S-Proxy, the Chaos map, Chaos Kings already won Erangel. Can they repeat and replicate what they just did on Sanhok as well?
I feel like the thing about Sanhok is it throws a spanner in the works. Even your most, sort of just absolutely achieved teams, your teams that are the most seasoned coming through, they jump into Sanhok and the strats go out the window because it is such a crazy map because of those close quarters. So I don't know, I would love to see it, the Chaos Kings reigning on the Chaos map, but it is going to be a tough fight to make that happen.
Before we get into this one, of course, Patchy had another stellar Patchy prediction for the first map. He had the amount of zones and the amount of pretty much down pat. Holla at me, S-Proxy. What do you got for this one on this chaotic map? How many zones are we getting? And how many teams are we going to be getting in that final zone?
I want to go the opposite of Patchy. I'm going to say below 10 in the 5th zone.
Below 10 in the 5th zone. Whew. Given that this is Sanhok, that is highly achievable. We've seen it happen here in the Umzansi Esports League before, where that has been the case. Of course, we've also seen the opposite happen, where there have been just a bevy of teams waiting it out in Sanhok. I do not know which of these 2 outcomes we will reach, but I do know that we have some stellar casters to bring you that hype. And that'll be S-Proxy, that'll be Patchy, that'll be Sanhok here in the Umzansi Esports League. Take it away, y'all. I'll talk to you after the game.
I think I slightly disagree with your predictions there, S-Proxy. We'll see how it comes to pass here on the Sanhok map, but I think these teams have grown just a little bit more capable here on this map to do some damage control and slow things down on a game that definitely tends to be a little bit too fast for comfort sometimes. I mean, we all know what it is with that blue zone biting at your heels, and suddenly you're running around and everyone's, tucked in corners and in buildings, and you're just clambering around on hills and hoping that no one's, around the nearest rock. But definitely, I think these teams have just grown a whole lot more capable around situations like that. So let's get into it. It's Sanhok. We've got a zone up in towards the northeast. Things shouldn't get too crazy in the beginning of the map, although I say that, but it looks like we do have some teams in very close proximity, especially up in the northwest.
Oh, absolutely. We're taking a look at Fear here and 10X coming through with a bit of a hot drop situation. But it is going to be, once again, a very interesting situation here. Already Chaos Kings finding G3. I don't, okay. Cool, no, it's fine. But just to add on to my prediction, I am very happy to be the bad guy. So if my prediction is going to light a little bit of fire under these teams and say, hey, we're better than that, come on, give us some credit, then good. I want to see it happen. I am so happy to be wrong. But already some action early on, Patchy. I feel like you're a little bit wrong this time around. I mean, we've already lost three players, nearly a 4th player in the hands of 6God. We might even be looking at a team wipe. That is G3 Temper. So, patchy prediction? This
No,
time
listen,
wrong.
my prediction rate's still 100%. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Anyway, we have
no.
Chaos Kings coming in here. They're looking for a little bit of a cheeky play, and they will get it. Picking up some nice kills there for themselves. They've already got 2. But the last time we saw this happen, i.e. last game, the team that did this just instantly got taken out in the next couple of minutes. So let's hope that doesn't happen to the Chaos Kings. I mean, as Proxy was, you mentioned that it would be nice to see the Chaos Kings getting a bit of a king on the Chaos map, but
It would be cool.
It would be cool, but there's a little bit of work to do to get there.
Oh, yes.
We'll see exactly how we manage to get that done, because right now it looks like we also have From Mars right up here with 4KT.
Ow.
And we have some fighting in the kill feed. Look at this. Mars
What?
going up against 4KT. We've got the Sidemen in the kill feed as well. Like, the battle's happening right now. Like, they're not happy to sit around. They're like, nah, we want to fight now. This is good.
We're just saying the feed is proving you wrong once again, Patchy. The action has started on Sanhok, and now the next team up in the fight is going to be Slime 4KT. So not only G3 Temper, but potentially Slime 4KT might be looking at an early wipe on our beautiful, beautiful green map. So I don't know what it is. Maybe the logos just aren't getting lucky this time around, but Plaza is potentially here to turn that around as they find at least 1 towards frags. Dropping down. They still have quite a bit of a tall hill to climb at this point in time. Rotating through, still trying to find the last couple of angles. It is all down to Plaza and Zeus to keep Slime 4KT in this map. Into a map that they do desperately need. They need these points at some time or another. Like you said, they need to bring the performance.
Yeah, I mean, 4KT, it's true for them, it's true for G3 as well. I mean, they need to get something in. I mean, I would hate to see 4KT, I would hate to see G3 slip away into the darkness, you know, without a fight. I mean, these guys are just the kings of these maps. These are the kings of the seasons past. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. They know what's happening. I would hate to see them go out, and I don't believe for a second that they will. But now we're just waiting for them to make that stellar game happen, that 30 bomb happen. We're waiting for them to get those things done. So now we just have to wait and see if they can actually get it done in this game, or if they're going to maybe wait for Miramar, because let's be real, I think most people would just be like, all right, you know what, things haven't gone too well right now. Let's just wait for Miramar. That'll be a little bit better, right?
Well, Sidemen definitely have to wait for Miramar as they've just been sent back to the lobby. So, yeah, maybe waiting for Miramar might be a good option here. But Plaza and Zeus, they have done at least enough damage to just make Mars a little bit more fearful and respectful of their position here going up against a seasoned team like Slime 4KT. Damage has been dealt, but still a number disadvantage that Slime 4KT are staring down the barrel of. A couple of nades being thrown, Aimless having to reposition as a result. But still, the angles need to be found as Unknown moves back into the action. You do have to just keep in mind that, I mean, they are taking this crazy, crazy fight here a little bit more spread out in terms of the zone action. They still need to get themselves into a better position after dealing with each other. So interestingly enough, still just a bit of a standstill here. I do see some remnants of G3 Temper in the back, though. So it does seem like they were able to get out of their own situation. So now we just have to wait for Slime 4KT to recover this.
That's such a weird thing to say, you know. It's like, G3, they've managed to straggle around in the back there and escape their situation. I mean, usually it's the other way around.
It's bizarre,
right?
yeah.
Like, G3, they've gone and
Absolutely
and
mad.
eliminated like 3 teams in this area, but no, it's not like that anymore. This time we've got teams just going ham all over the show for whatever reason. They have decided to pick up the pace here in Sanhok. They've decided that they would like to control the elements of chaos, and I mean, I guess that works out. That's what we like to see, because ultimately this game can throw some serious curveballs, and the only way to counteract that is by getting things done nice and early, and that's exactly what we're seeing here now. 4KT up against the wall, trying to make sure that they get these elims, trying to make sure that they get this secure on towards Team Mars here. Nzimbi putting a self-nade in the kill feed there, a little bit of an issue as they try and mount this assault on the team here up ahead of them.
Ooh, and Nzimbi looking to just get a little bit of a better performance coming through this time around than what we saw on Erangel. And they are staring down the barrel of G3 Temper. So interesting change up to come through. Might be finding some success here. But what's interesting to me is also just the change-up that's come through from many of these teams. Like we said, we've had quite a bit of action in the beginning phase of Sanhok. I mean, we're looking at 15 teams with only 50 players. You know, it's a very, very quick change-up from Erangel, which is what we expect. Sanhok is a lot smaller, but I do feel like the teams did take a few more risks, which I somewhat like. You know, we mentioned, you know, pushing the envelope. We mentioned, you know, trying your luck, seeing how far you can really take it against, you know, your opponents. And I believe that's maybe what happened here on Sanhok, or maybe it was a lack of information on the drop sites that these teams usually favor, but it's definitely resulted in some very interesting scenarios for some of these teams. I mean, G3 Temper, I believe they're down to 2. In Zimbi, down to 2 as well, looking to rotate, which I think I would prefer. You know, keep your numbers in this for as long as possible. Prove me wrong that we're not going to have below 10 in the 5th zone. I would love to see it, but
yeah,
it's
make
bizarre.
sure the Batchy prediction rate stays at 100%.
I'd never said anything about my prediction rate. Like I said, I'm very happy to be wrong. As long as it lights a fire under these teams, they need to bring the action. I want to see it. This is what I expect in Umzansi. I want to make them, you know, bring that to fruition here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to see the teams just get a little bit antsy and start kicking themselves into gear because, well, that's what some of these teams desperately need. We were talking about it for 4KT. They've lost 2 of their players already, so they've got 2 players left to make something happen here on Sanhok. Now, of course, you know, Sanhok is a little bit of an all or nothing kind of a map. You know, either you manage to squeak it out and you find yourself suddenly getting a chicken dinner for some reason, or you just get taken out in the first 3 minutes and you go, all right, well, don't really know what happened. Let's move on. So, you know, it could really just go either way. I mean, even though these teams are taking these early fights, if they stay alive, there's always a chance. You know, we've seen the teams snake it till you make it. We saw in game number 1, some teams swimming it till they make it. Doesn't sound as good, but I mean, hey, if it works, it works.
It works. Swim till you make it, fake it till you make it. Yeah, no, we can see that.
Swim
as long as you don't
till you win.
Swim to you. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now we're working with the words here, Patchy. Good caster. Good caster.
Ah, yes.
Good English.
Premium. I couldn't really come up with anything better.
If it rhymes, it's
close
fine.
Enough, right? It was close.
If it rhymes, it's fine. What I still don't understand though is why Slime4KT is still pushing this fight. I believe they might have found a third from Mars, so Mars might be down to a 2v2 as well here. But it does look like Slime4KT do not want to give this position up whatsoever, no matter, you know, where the zone is or the time left, you know, available. They really want these eliminations.
Yeah, they seem to want those eliminations, and they also seem to be quite happy to stick around to get them, because I mean, at this stage of the game, you know, you would expect, oh, let's maybe rotate out,
rotate off, get into zone.
Yeah, but apparently that is just not something that these guys want to do. It's like, nah, we're fine. We'll take the kills and we'll just leave, because kills at least are guaranteed points, whereas placements are basically never guaranteed on a map like Sanhok. So let's just go for the kills instead, because we're having fun fighting. And I mean, you know what? Let's go for it, because we like watching you fight too. So 4KT still up here with Mars. It's Unknown and Aimless at the moment, who are just waiting for that potential push. 4KT have decided not to fall off, and neither of Mars. And so that's just going to be a stalemate until somebody decides to step forward. We're switching over to the Mad Knights, who are still on a full squad at the moment. They have decided to make the actual pro gamer move and hop into the vehicles and rotate, which is great to see. At least some teams are still playing the game, and we'll see how that works out for them, because Sanhok.
Yeah, Sanhok is always a little bit of a question mark for many of these teams, because we know it's when the action gets going, it runs very, very quickly. So Mad Knight at the moment just doing their rotations a bit. They did cross a little bit of paths potentially with Chaos Kings there. At least we saw them there towards the horizon. But for the most part, they have been safe. We also do see Trinity up in the distance. Pretty much at the moment, very safe. I don't really see any immediate concern for them. They can get themselves nicely set up and prep for the next zone to come through. What I do want to sort of think about is, all right, so we've got Mad Knight who's actually just been running away with the points. We also had Zero Tolerance there towards the over rankings as well. For some of these teams, again, like you mentioned, they're only sitting on 7 maps, and they are within that top 8. They are within that position where they are just gunning it in the qualifiers. They don't look that way because they're not in the first and second place, but that's because they still have games to play. So potentially for Mad Knight here, because they know they're getting towards those last phases, they're still going to be pushing the envelope as much as you can. How do you think that mentality shifts when, you know, points are reset and we move into the next phase, and points are reset and they move into the finals? How do you think that mentality is going to affect the other teams when they're like, okay, well, Mad Knight was an absolute just mad lads within the qualifiers. We probably need to be a little bit more cautious of them in the finals.
I mean, yeah, it could be one of two things. Either that happens and the teams go, "Ooh, we need to worry about Mad Knights," or the opposite happens and they go, well, Mad Knights is now feeling very, very full of themselves because they've just achieved some very nice.
Now we take them.
Now we're going to go and fetch them, and then proceed to go and do that. You know, the teams might just be extra motivated to go and do that, which we have seen before. So, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. At the very least, all that it's going to do is keep things very competitive, and it's going to force the teams to up their game, because if in fact the Mad Knights continue this performance in the next stage, then what that means is all the rest of the teams have to step their game up. You know, everyone else has to get good, and the Mad Knights can just sort of chill a little bit. And if they continue to get good, then, I mean, it's just going to be fun all around anyway. So either way, the competitiveness that's coming out from teams like the Mad Knights at the moment and Zero Tolerance is great. It's just going to keep making things better for us, the viewer. And here's 4KT, speaking of, getting some nice points, putting them in, nails in the coffin for Unknown. And goodbye to them straight off the bat there. So that's some nice points for 4KT. Hopefully they should be able to get their meds going very quickly. I think Plaza is... yeah, okay, so he does have plenty of meds. I was about to say he needs to med up relatively soon. But you know what? He's chill. He stares in the face of death and laughs. He doesn't mind. He's just going to be popping those pills. They should be able to escape the zone. It is 2 zones deep, so it's not too bad. But I have like PTSD from the blue zone on this map.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, it's just I hate it. If I see that blue zone washing over me in this map, I get really like super sus. I just start sprinting.
I just think of heal of strats. That's all I can think of. When Sanhok, blue zone, I'm just like, oh, heal of strats. They're coming.
Stand behind a rock and just pop those pills.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it happens so much. We had it happen within Corsia as well, and it just came to such a very bizarre finish. But rotations now being made from bootcamp for Slime 4KT, moving up towards, of course, that more northern eastern side of the map, which we know the zone just happened to go to. Now, for BBC here, finding themselves staring down the barrel here, and they have a few potential victims up ahead of them, which is, of course, Solo Esports. We still have to make their rotations, but what's also interesting is that we see some teams who have this stay down, you know, this is a stalemate, and they have a reason to not really want to move. They're in zone. They have a potential just to stay here and wait for, you know, the other teams to get into fights and then go for the third parties here. For other teams that have had those later fights, those later rotations, like we saw with Slime 4KT, they might be running into these setups, which it's going to be a very difficult setup here. We can see BBC just on the hilltop here with Extra Redefined coming through from the bottom side here. So that might be a little bit of a pincer that BBC will have to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly could be. We'll see what comes of it at the moment. You can see that they are still quite okay. They haven't really given away any positions just yet. They've got a nice overview. They've got a decent spread. But of course, if this comes back to bite them, i.e., if the teams decide to turn around and put the pressure on, it could be a problem. And here it is, actually. Gets caught out, gets spotted on the top of that hill. There's the knock. Another team has to immediately rotate to go and assist Kratos. So for luck, got to get that sprint on team. BBC has got to consolidate as quickly as possible because Exo Redefined have a bit of a tempo here. They could potentially get into a good spot to start fighting BBC up this hill, which BBC definitely doesn't want because they don't have good control of the other side of the hill. So they're going to have to run all the way back down into the compound that the rest of the team is controlling, which means that they're just going to get pushed from a hill, which is never really that fun inside of a house in Sanhok because the hills tend to have this very annoying angle that you can actually get to the players inside the house through, so that the windows don't fully cover you. And it's kind of annoying sometimes. So that's never really a position you want to be in. So if BBC can maintain control of this hill, just a semblance of control at least, they'll feel a little bit better about that. Exo Redefined haven't pushed up all the way. You can see they do have a point man very, very close to Kratos. but nothing too overextended just yet for them, which is good. You can see the Mad Knights are in the crosshairs of BBC, a little bit of scouting going on there. In the kill feed, fellas, putting some shots in towards Hainsley there. You can see Clutch pushing up Keish. Very low on HP, has to heal himself back up there for Unique, a team that I want to see a little bit more out of his proxy.
What's interesting to me now is they're obviously taking this engagement here, but they're still here by the northern side of Camp Bravo, which means they're incredibly close to BBC and XO Redefined. So when this finishes, we might be staring down a third party potential here, and Clutch God now, taking quite a bit of damage as the rotation needs to come through. So gonna keep our eye out on this situation, because Camp Bravo right now seems to be the hotspot. You can see a couple of shots coming through as well from G3 Temper. Happy to see them still alive. The two green teams we were worried about earlier on are still in it at this point in time. Underrated Esports now feeling a little bit of the pressure so far. Solar Esports in the meantime, they've gone completely quiet. I believe they're closer towards Mong Nai, so they can just wait. They can wait for these teams to take each other out. Keish out in the open as well. I believe C-Mine should surely have some sort of inclination that there's someone lurking behind the rock there, and maybe a little bit of rotation might come through to finally get that line of sight that they need. But yeah, this northern side of Camp Bravo is absolutely packed with teams right now.
It is, and I mean, that could only mean one thing as proxy. That's fights, that's kills, that's craziness, which, I mean, we definitely need more of that on Sanhok, right? So we'll see what happens out of it. Case already been taken down here. Maestro keeping a weather eye out for that. Pyros tossing some nades in towards, very nice damage being done there. Some good pressure coming through the Mad Knights getting taken down as well. Savage getting taken down. Solo Esports is putting the pressure on there. And I mean, look at this. This is what we're saying. Mad Knights, I mean, they've been so good all season long, but now they're just getting taken out on Sanhok, because Sanhok and UG Boy just getting those kills, chasing away the rest of the squad. They've got the tail between the legs of them.
I mean, UG Boy just with absolutely no fear. They've taken down two. They're looking for another. No. Mad Knight, they've at least set themselves up a little bit further out of the zone, but at least they've put some distance in between them and Solo Esports here. Down to only two members remaining. They have put themselves into a potential pincer here with 10x coming through with the rotate, but they've at least returned a little bit of the favor there with the snipes, and BBC have found zero tolerance as well. So a lot of fights now breaking out, and I am very happy that it is looking like I'm going to be incredibly wrong with my prediction. 14 teams with the 4 zones still left, so the teams, great focus on this rotation, on staying alive longer. Raptor Esports as well, we saw them doing some interesting things. Slime 4KT out in 14th.
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems to be happening.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we attach a lot of statistics to the name. Same for G3 Temper, same for any of these teams that have been through the seasons of Umzansi. So those expectations are still high, and you know what? I'm going to keep them there. I'm going to keep them there because I want to see right up until the end what these teams have got, especially what UG Boy, had for breakfast or for dinner in this case, because just going on an absolute tear here for Solar Esports, who already have 6 eliminations. Mad Knight? Where they at?
The Solo Esports team started off the season very well. I mean, just to see them being able to pick up the pace again is really good, because this is another team that could potentially come into the mix, come into the talk when it comes to the next stage of the game, moving up the leaderboard, hopefully, for Solo Esports. UG Boy putting some good shots in, and of course the Mad Knights have been eliminated. So we've got 12 teams remaining as we move in towards zone number 5. So of course, patchy prediction still A-OK, still 100%, still 100 out of 100. Yeah.
You literally were proven wrong in the first 10 seconds of Sanhok.
No.
Yes.
You said that they were going to be less than 10 in the 5th zone, and I said I'm very. And so,
I said I'm very happy to be wrong.
Yes,
and you also said that they. And you also said there was going to be no action in the beginning of Sanhok.
I said I disagreed with you, which means that anything.
That's not what I'm talking
about. If you are not right, I'm right, and so you were wrong, so I'm right. That's just how it goes. So my 100% prediction rate remains intact, and we move on to a nice nade coming out from Raptor Esports, moving in towards the team here from Underrated Esports. Fellas taking a little bit of damage, but he's okay, and he nades Victor right back in the face, which is great for a nice little knock over there. Still 12 teams remaining, 35 players left on the board here. Zone number 5, moving in towards number 6. We're 21 minutes deep, and there is the eliminations coming out from Chaos Kings, or Chaos Knights, should I say. I mean, this I want to see more. I mean, Chaos Knights, what a great performance in the previous game, and they're looking to maybe get a little bit of a replication here. You were talking about seeing them become the kings of the Chaos map, and maybe that is still a possibility here as the Chaos continues here in Camp Bravo.
I'd be absolutely terrified if I saw the loadout that Pyros is running there with that LMG in hand. Raptors staring down the potential of that now as they are facing off against Underrated Esports here, and the Raptors getting a little bit of damage as well. Oh, BBC finding some solo esports and at least finding a solo out in the grass to take down, having to make that rotation in, but they don't have quite a long walk to do at the moment. Trinity up next is going to find Kratos. So for the rotation coming through here from Valak and Nihal, they might be running into a trap set by Trinity right on top of the mountain. They do have quite a bit of damage dealt to their teams, but the flank should come through. Valak has to be very careful, because out in the blue zone, there is a few lurking players ready to get some revenge here. And the flanks now are all too scary for these teams. Looking at this now, 9 teams left, 22 players, and the kill feed is still popping off with absolutely crazy numbers. The frequency of these eliminations now is expected because, I mean, the spacing that they have to work with, it's next to nothing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, here come the nades, here come the utilities, which has to be absolutely on point for these teams to survive. Trinity Gaming right up ahead of BBC. For luck, keeping away the eye out is going to be able to dip behind these rocks and try and get to safety. Which should be doable. That blue zone is a little bit of a tyrannical force right now, but should be able to survive for the time being. The shot's coming through, and it is just elimination after elimination as Proxy. If you had changed your prediction from 5 to 6, you would have been right. But in any case, here come the shots, here come the damages, and this zone is not getting any bigger. Fella's now pushing on through to secure those kills, and he will get them. Falak gonna fall, Sean gonna fall, getting eliminated by Myth. Paraboy now pushing on through, and he has got so many players up ahead of him. It is just ridiculous to even try and comprehend what to do in a situation like this where every single angle is being held. Swag getting taken down by Myth. Gorilla, a very nice patience game being won out by him. He's going to get Paraboy for free. That's a free kill in the pocket there at the very least for him. The team will come through as quickly as possible, but Paraboy will not be able to survive. And there's the pickup. Gorilla on point, just making sure that no one escapes the blue zone, pushing through and just eliminating team after team, pushing them into the funnel, pushing them into the grinder. 5 teams remaining, 10 players left here in zone number 7.
And we still need a team to at least, put their foot into the zone. We have a few here towards the outskirts. We have Chaos Kings, or Minato at least, very close to potentially getting a position in. But I mean, for Trinity, they are under so much pressure by the solo of Minato, mind you. Alright, so now let's take a look at what Raptor Esports are going to bring with return, as they are one of the few teams that still have all of their numbers in check, all of their players still alive as they take position within the zone with a little bit of cover to work with here. They do have to be very wary of their northern counterpart, which is Trinity Gaming, who are now down to a single player. We've got 8 players left and 5 teams remaining. And I only see 4 in the mini map, so I'm assuming one might be running with a little bit of a heal strat. Raptors, though, looking so good for this final zone.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the numbers and a potentially decent position if they can get some elims on those stragglers. Myth getting taken down by BBC there, but Nihal does fall to the play zone. So eliminations coming through. 3 teams now remaining, and they're all just stragglers. Minato, I mean, in a very difficult situation up against Raptor Esports, and I think it is exactly like you said. It's looking very good for them. They've got the numbers, they've got the position. This should be just a cleanup game for them. Right now, the eliminations from the blue zone are going to help them just focus in on that last player, and it's up to Minato to make something happen, and it's just not going to work. The hero play, it was too much. You've got a tree and everyone bearing down on you on a map like Sanhok. It is just not happening. And with 593 damage only, Raptor Esports, they're just going to squeak out that chicken dinner, no problem.
It's about those last hits coming through for Raptor Esports. They picked up those 5 elims. They picked up the winner chicken dinner. And again, coming through. Why? Because of just supreme positioning and the first possible setup within the final zone. Just great rotations coming through from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the name of the game. It's close quarters, it's rotations, it's chaos. And for some reason, the teams decided it would be a great idea to just start fighting from the get-go. Who cares about prep time? Who cares about looting? Let's fight.
They started fighting very early on there, and I must say, the prediction was looking very solid from S-Proxy at that point. But then for some reason, they all decided, let's slow it down. And we saw this last week, right? In the sense that this is the second week in a row, and the second time that involved Mad Knights, in fact, that Sanhok actually is the more considered slowed down map versus Erangel. So instead of having that major chaos at the beginning, it took quite a while. We were up until halfway through Zone 5, the beginning of Zone 6, before we really started to see these teams act like it's Sanhok. And we were talking about this last week as to what the cause of it might be. You know, you mentioned earlier that a lot of these squads have now had a bit more international experience. What do you think? Is this an import scene, or is it just due to the importance of each individual game that everybody wants to make sure that they get as maximum points out of it as possible?
A bit of both, I would say. Yes, the meta coming through from the international scene, the teams understanding that, look, we can't always just be pushing for those eliminations. We do have to place focus on our early rotations, on our, placements within the zone. So, and the importance now that teams are getting to their dire straits, they need to make sure that they've got some prime positioning, they've got some prime, opportunity to get points, like G3 Temper out in the blue zone there towards the last possible second, getting their team into third place. That's huge placement points, even though they didn't have an opportunity to get elimination. So I would say a bit of both, but I'm glad that I was wrong, because this is the kind of structure and the kind of experience we would expect from the teams within the Umzansi Esports League.
You were saying it yourself that you want to see if your comments maybe lit a fire underneath them. I think they were listening, because it certainly did. And let's see who's going to be our top performer from the Sanhok map at this point in time. And again, we have to talk about how important eliminations are, the difference that they can make. This particular game, though, Patchy, the team that won, not the team that walks away with the MVP vote individually. G3 Temper, as was mentioning just now, coming third, but 7 eliminations under the belt here for Maestro. Well-deserved MVP vote, but also finally we're starting to get this team coming off the races and actually performing at the level that we know that they can.
Yeah, I mean, as Proxy pointed it out, G3 squeaking out some extra points there for themselves. And I like to think of Sanhok as a bit of a dumpster fire that needs damage control. And so basically you just spend 30 minutes doing damage control. And if there was ever a team that could make it happen, G3, just doing the damage control all game, they've put some serious work in. You could see just on Maestro alone, 921 damage and 7 eliminations, which is fantastic. Really picking up the points for the team, playing into the fact that if you can't really get wins all the time, at least you can still put good eliminations on the board, and eliminations, especially on Sanhok, really helps create space for you to do stuff. And we saw fighting all game long, so at least they were able to do that, squeak out an MVP for themselves in the process. I mean, these teams definitely have a lot of opportunity when it comes to Sanhok to pull some things off that maybe were not as possible on some of the other maps that are a little bit slower.
Yeah, absolutely. The more considered, slower maps that we see normally on Miramar and Erangel, some of the strengths that these teams have there, you can try and exploit them once you get yourself into Sanhok and things become a little more even on the playing field. Of course, now that our second map is done for the day, we have to see what these teams were able to gain from said map itself. We did see Raptor Esports coming out with the winner chicken dinner at the very end, and that'll enable them to get themselves the beautiful 20 points from this one. But look at this, G3 Temple at the very top here, 10 eliminations total, 20 points is the tally. And this is the trend that we've been seeing from the really highly accomplished teams, right? A beautiful spread between placement points and elimination. So neither is really tilted highly in the opposite direction.
And I mean, again, just coming down to that final decision to just stay quiet within the zone, within the blue zone, pop those heals and make sure that they get that third place placement points coming through. 20 points, rivaling the winner chicken dinner winner. I mean, come on, that's fantastic work coming through from G3 Temper. Chaos Kings very close to potentially being the kings of the Chaos map, but coming through in third place nonetheless with just 1 point difference from our top 2 teams. And the trickle down is pretty quick, but what I do love about Sanhok is that you generally do see a wider spread, like you said, an even playground, and an opportunity for eliminations. You can see the eliminations beautifully spread out between basically our top 6 teams, all above about 5 to 6 point eliminations. So great opportunity to pick up some extra points.
Lots of extra points picked up by these squads. Unfortunately, some of these teams at the very bottom of the rankings here from 8 to the bottom, it's not looking as hot. Slime 4KT did manage 4 elimination, getting themselves 4 points. However, that's 0 placement points for themselves. So when we look at some of these teams in the bottom half of the finishing, they're also very, very close to that performance that Slime 4KT was able to eke out. Some of them even getting some placement points of their own. I'm starting to worry about Slime 4KT. I'm still very worried about 10x Africa. And today, the performance from Team Unique hasn't looked so solid here, Patchy. It's been, you know, up and down from them. It has felt like they have opportunities. Oftentimes you'll see them in a good position or finding themselves third party after a rotation, maybe able to take a fight, but it's just not coming together for them. What's happening is the plan is there, but what's going on with their execution?
Yeah, I mean, Unique is a team that I'd love to see a little bit more from. They definitely have the capacity and the capability. I mean, you've pointed out that they do find themselves in some decent situations and maybe the execution falling short just a little bit for them, which is certainly unfortunate. I think we can definitely expect a bit more out of them. I'd hope to see a bit more out of them at the very least. But, I mean, just speaking about teams that are able to make things happen, I mean, is no one going to point out the fact that we've seen the Chaos Knights and Team BBC up there in positions number 3 and 4 off the back of that game, and just how crazy the seesaw effect is on this map. I mean, usually it happens on Sanhok a little bit more, but I mean, if you look at page number 1 and page number 2 of the results of game number 2 here on Sanhok, it's crazy. All of the points lie on the top half, on the first page. And almost none of the points were able to come down here into page number 2, which is just absolutely a result of that chaos that comes out of Sanhok. I mean, these teams were just not able to find the points that they were looking for, and that is definitely going to hurt the points, the overall points at the very least, and it is going to put even more of a fire underneath them in terms of now we really have to start performing because at least today there's only one map left.
Yep. Let's take a quick look actually at exactly what the ramifications have meant for the overall leaderboard here. Because like you mentioned, the major inequality between these squads and the points that they've taken has now changed things up quite drastically with this overall ranking. Mad Knights, of course, getting absolutely nothing from today's Sanhok, will stay in second place and not find themselves progressing whatsoever. However, Chaos Knights now much higher up, very secure in the 6th place position. Raptor Esports have gotten themselves a victory, so they move up from the 2nd page into the top 8 of the 1st. And the same with Trinity Gaming here. I actually feel like this is a team we've been not really mentioning as much here as they've been very quietly but consistent today. Not necessarily popping off, but making sure that they're always in the mix, always getting themselves in the final chaos of the zones, and never being one of these teams that's caught out. Really, the only thing that's somewhat lacking is some of the squads that are placing above them are just right now operating at a higher level. But Trinity Gaming is doing what you need to do to get yourself into the top 16 and guarantee yourself into championship weekend.
Absolutely, they've been consistent into getting to the top 4 at least. I mean, Erangel, they were in the waters, swimming away with the best of them, and towards here, Sanhok, they were one of the teams still alive in your top 4, just going down just before G3 Temper into the zone. So at least some consistency coming through from them, and I'm happy to see them on the 8th page as a result, of course, as well. Chaos Kings picking up some great points, and Raptor, great overall performance. 2nd page coming through as well. Lag and G3 Temper, Unique, you know, there's some of the players that aren't really giving the performance we'd want them to see, but G3 Temper with that last game, I think have at least sort of slowed down the descent of the overall ranking. So it's good to see them here. BBC, of course, also not far behind as well, so Patchy should be very happy. But I'm glad to see that the points are still relatively very close with regards to this overall ranking. So still great opportunity for one crazy game to completely shift this overall ranking.
I mean, absolutely, especially considering that the Mad Knights haven't necessarily posted up monstrous numbers as we've become accustomed to seeing from them. So that means that the gap that they were expending from 2nd/1st position and the rest is narrowing somewhat. However, the gap between them and the rest is narrowing, but the gap between some of these teams in the sort of 2nd string and the teams that are coming lower and lower down the card is not looking as positive. Yes, the numbers, you can make one amazing performance, Patchy, and that'll elevate you out of this rough position. However, there's a limited amount of points, there's a limited amount of teams in each individual lobby, so you can't necessarily bank on the fact that you will walk away with those 30 bombs, with those 20 bombs. You have to sort of be a bit more consistent, and that's something that we're not necessarily seeing from the teams here at the very bottom, from 17th to 24th. Even if they are not in elimination danger just yet, they're not necessarily operating on all the cylinders that they want to. So as we go into Miramar, which is a map that is usually quite heavily strategic and quite based on what your ideas are effectively around the map, Do you see Underrated Esports, Sidemen, YT Gaming, some of these squads, do you see them being able to make a splash on this closing map of the evening?
You know, I think the Sidemen probably have a pretty good chance. At least today, I've been watching them just in today's matches alone, and seeing them do pretty well, I'd say, and showing what the potential of that team could be. And I think I do like their chances in terms of a Miramar game. I think they could pull something off here if they play their cards right, and I hope they do. I mean, we were talking about how Team Unique's performances today were not really the greatest, but at least they're still up, you know, on the top half of the scoreboard at the moment. For a team like, for instance, Sidemen and Underrated, they definitely want to start being a little bit more consistent with those points, because we know they are capable of it. We know they can definitely put out those performances, but like you said, it really is about that consistency. Consistency is always key when it comes to just the main general strategy of the game. And so they will want to start kicking into gear just a little bit. Otherwise, they do fall under the threat. I mean, the teams that you're currently seeing on the map, on this lower end of the leaderboard at least, definitely have a lot of work to do if they want to save themselves from this position, especially a team like, for instance, 4KT, who definitely need that miracle game just to make themselves a little bit more comfy on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Proxy, before we get into this third and deciding map of Miramar, which is how we always round out the evening here on the PUBG Mobile side of things, after Miramar is done, obviously it's going to have major ramifications on the leaderboard. But the team I really want to talk about, Slime 4KT, they know exactly what to do. They are a very good squad. However, unlike the teams that we saw on the first page, who have been doing very, very well, who have a very nice balance and mix of placement points to eliminations, all Slime 4KT has going for them at this point in time, at least, is eliminations. Their placement points have not looked very good at all. On a map like Miramar, where it is a bit more important to be able to consolidate placement points, have good rotations around the map, good ideas in general, do you see them being able to climb out of this hole that they are in at present and drag themselves into the top 16 maybe, but at least out of the relegation zone?
I would expect it to, because Miramar sort of makes it easier for you. It limits the amount of early engagements you actually have a chance to take. I mean, you might get a hot drop and then that might be it. You might not see anyone till those final phases. So potentially Miramar is what Slime 4KT need to have a really good game, because if they can get into the final positions, the final phases, they've clearly got the opportunity, they've got the skills to, you know, get the fights done and get the eliminations. They just need to get that position and that better rotation in the bag.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here on our third and final map of the evening, Miramar, between Group B and D. I've asked Apache and S-Proxy to make their predictions before, so let's take a stab at it. I think we're going to get down to 8 zones, 9 teams, and I hope, just for the sake of my reputation, that it comes as close to that as humanly possible. But to find out, it is going to be S-Proxy and Apache on the mic for the final time this evening. It is Miramar. It is PUBG Mobile. It is the last map of the evening. The third week and the second day of the Umzansi Esports League will end with hype. So take it away, y'all. I'll talk to you after the game.
8 zones and 9 teams, S-Proxy.
It's bold. I love it. I love it.
It is very bold, for sure. We will see if the prediction rate of Snare himself is going to hold true as we move into our final map today. It's Miramar, a very nice flight path, very accessible for these teams to get on to the map. Yeah, I mean, this is the final chance today for these teams to put points on the board. So I think there are a couple of teams that definitely want to make something happen. What are the teams that you are looking at that need to get some points on the board here in this game, as Proxy?
Oh, okay. Well, we've spoken about Slime 4KT. We know the pressures on them. We know that. Look, I am expecting Miramar to be their map in terms of, like we said, the fact that they are forced not to take those early engagements. I mean, I questioned it in Sanhok. I'm like, why are we still sticking around outside of zone looking for eliminations? You know, like, zone has to come through, you have to make rotations, you're going to be running into teams who are already set up, and then you get taken out with what you've already got here. So I think Miramar might force that out of them. They are taking a little bit of a further rotation outside of the zone, a little bit closer towards creative fields. So they are going to have a longer pathing into the zone, but hopefully that means good things for this team with the current issues that they've been facing. In terms of the other teams, I want to see pick up, you know, Team Unique and Sidemen. I feel like they have a little bit more to show. they've shown us a few glimpses of, beautiful potential, beautiful strategy, beautiful ability, especially with Nerf Me and that car, and just the general strategy and pincer maneuver that Unique takes. So I want to see that actually come to fruition for them into the final phase. I want to see them take a winner chicken dinner. I want to see them putting up some great elimination points alongside those placements, and just really just bring it in further. Just give us a bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of want to add on that list. I think EXO Redefined and 10X Africa teams would also need to put some points on the board here today. I mean, 10X Africa is definitely a team that is on the hot seat right now, because they are one of the teams that are on that last page. And, all it takes is that miracle game that we keep talking about, that 20 bomb, that 30 bomb, that can really just change the landscape of the game moving forward, the tournament for you moving forward, and give you some potential. So, the teams want to find it. They've got to find it. They're looking for, the stars to align, the right conditions to be there for them to pick that up. Maybe it's today. Maybe it's here on game number 3. Maybe it isn't. Who knows? Right now, we have some pretty heavy hitters in the forms of like Solar Esports, Mad Knights, and even the Chaos Knights, who have been absolutely clutch, or Chaos Kings. That have been absolutely clutch in today. I mean, they have definitely been coming to play today's games, and they have certainly done that. So there's still a lot of battles that a team like EXO or a team like 10X does need to get through to make it happen, but it's not impossible.
No, not at all. Again, we keep saying we want this, we want that, we want this, and at this time, there's still plenty of opportunity for all of these teams to sort of pull up their socks and join the table of the points, and really bring their best foot forward to get themselves into that potential top 16. So it's literally not over. They've got so much time. They just, as you mentioned, they need to just dig in, focus long enough to get to the point that they need to be to get into a good running for that top 16. So I want to see that come to fruition for many of these teams. Of course, for Mad Knight and Solar Esports, I mean, come on, you're already sitting on triple digits. Give some points to the rest of the teams here. They've been going on an absolute tear, especially UG Boy from Solar. They're from that Sanhok game. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they literally had Mad Knight's number, and now we might be seeing a little bit of the revenge play coming through if Mad Knight has spotted who exactly they are staring down the barrel of, and maybe they might look to have a bit of words with Solar Esports and just discuss that Sanhok game and say, listen, really didn't appreciate that, we were just looking to take this further, and you just come and ruin the party. So they're going to be making a push right to Playboy's door, and I think the revenge play is definitely an option here.
Yeah, they are definitely coming with words, and maybe a little bit more than words. They're coming with shotguns, and those shotguns are going into the faces of Solo Esports. They're setting them down very quickly. The Mad Knights with a nice overview here from the Beast to make sure that no one is coming in with a cheeky flank push. He's got his eyes very, very sharpened towards the rest of the Solar Esports players. Nice uses of utility coming out from the Mad Knights to, just solidify their position, make sure that they are in the best possible space they can be to make that push. And they did secure that 1 kill from Solo. So already Solo down 1 player. Which is great for the Mad Knights here if they want to continue this battle. But I kind of want to harp back on what you said earlier, Esproxy. There have been a little bit of times where we see some of these teams kind of sitting there instead of rotating. So I really hope that we see the teams just keeping an eye out for the zone stages, keeping an eye out for the rotation needs. Because, if you find yourself in a bit of a stalemate with no opportunity to push forward for an attack, maybe it's a bit better to get the rotate on just to maximize the amount of survivability that you have. But it looks like Ammo doesn't care about that. Just swing out with a nade in hand, doesn't matter. Alternix with that LMG in hand, just going to put some damage down, immediately whips out the utilities, because this is what the teams are now. They are just next level. They are leveling up the play. The utilities come out. The nades are in hand. The smokes have already been popped. I mean, this is a push coming through from Mad Knights, and they are using that utility to facilitate that. And it's absolutely fantastic. They are just pushing Solar Esports back bit after bit. They were able to utilize it for the first kill, and now they're utilizing it for more. They want to do more right here, right now. They do not want to let any of these players from Solo run away.
I'm gonna go back to it. I think this is a little bit of revenge. Mad are absolutely angry about what happened on Sanhok, that they got pincered and taken out by Solar Esports, and now they've taken it upon themselves to give it back, to give it right back to the doorstep here of Solar Esports, already taking one and nearly at least taking a second there with Alternex, taking so much damage from that utility. Now iSavage and Ammo now taking a bit of a rotation to flank and pincer the remaining members here of Solar Esports who are out towards the fences. Not a lot of, cover really to work with. Mad Knight, they have secured the buildings, and Solar Esports, they've got some measly fence posts to work with here in terms of cover. iSavage out in the window might be the first prime angle to work with here. Utility, it does go out, so that might give at least some sort of signal here to Mad Knight, potentially. But they're taking this slow and steady. I mean, regarding the position they are at, I didn't actually get a chance to look at the map and the zone there, but finding themselves here towards Bocado, pretty centered towards Miramar in general, so I think they're pretty much safe in the zone, and they could potentially draw out this battle a little longer, potentially. Oh, especially with nades like that. Alternex, just the nade magnet today.
Yeah, I mean, they have done a really good job of moving past the point where this would be a stalemate, because if this was a gun-only battle, 100% this is a stalemate. It becomes very difficult if you're just sitting behind cover, not really peeking out, waiting for someone to make a mistake. But now, the teams are utilizing the nades, they're utilizing the utility, and this is causing a bit of an imbalance, and now the back and forths are coming through. So the hit onto Alternex was great from iSavage, but then immediately the clapback comes through, iSavage gets knocked, and now the pressure is on. The time is ticking for both of these players, the res to come through, and the nades are still flying. It's fantastic. The Mad Knights are now pushing up Tyson on the flank, potentially about to take out Yuji, who is slowly creeping forward to try and get to Alternex, but even his HP is low, has to juice up again to try and get in there. Diags up with the little bit of the overwatch from the building across the way, but he has to be careful because the Mad Knights are congregating, all three of them pushing forward with those smokes, ready to flush him out of that position. This could become very, very difficult for Solo.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one bad decision. It's one peak that could cost Solar Esports absolutely everything as they go for the res. And this is the push here from Mad Knight, Ammo, and iSavage. They're looking to take down Diags and potentially get the perfect angle on towards the two teammates that Diags is trying to protect in this scenario. So an immediate fallback from Solar Esports, and it's going to come down to the timing as we turn our attention here towards Unique and G3 Tempo, who've also found each other and are looking to at least get a few eliminations on the board. So far, Team Unique, they're the ones dishing out the damage here. Six guard is down. Oh, and a rotation from Guido. Waiting, just trying to find Acacia, but timing is not at all in their favor.
Yeah, this is Team Unique that we wanted to see more out of, and they're giving it to us for sure. Taking on none other than G3, Six Guard getting eliminated by Hainsley. And now, of course, back to our fight here with the Mad Knights. A little bit of a slip up on the Mad Knights' part. They crossed over the road where two of those Solo Esports players were getting rezzed, and they didn't push in the opportunity at the window that they had, which was maybe a bit of a misstep, because now Solo Esports has been able to recuperate just a little bit to try and fight back, and the Mad Knights have a little bit more of a difficult task ahead of them to try and wipe Solo out. And now the leg up that they got from that advantage is slowly starting to diminish, slowly starting to whittle away, and they have to start worrying about positions. Now, they are inside the zone at the moment, so they're still safe moving in towards zone number 3, but at some stage they're going to have to think, okay, have we run out of beats or have we run out of tempo? Do we rotate away from this?
Oh, I can tell you that much. G3 Tempo would have loved to rotate away from Team Unique, but unfortunately that will be their undoing as they do go down. And in the meanwhile, Diag's still trying to fight it out. They do have a little bit of flank to worry about, which Ammo, who has taken that rotation into the building, has found Tyson in the meanwhile. But Mad Knight's still looking at a number advantage here in terms of the fights that they have potentially here. The Beast with a good potential line of sight towards Diags. In the meanwhile, the two members of Mad Knight pushing through the building looking for the remainders. Alternex still back up on their feet after all the nades that they have taken to the face, and now joining Yuji to try and fight back the push here from Mad Knight. iSavage, has to just look about a little bit of a recovery situation here. As Solar Esports have at least found one, and now they take the push up the stairs. iSavage has to choose their timing here perfectly. They've got one above them, they've got two below them coming through for the push. It's going to be about timing. The swing comes through. iSavage is not going to be able to return it. Solar Esports has turned this around to Mad Knight. They've taken two. all of a sudden, I think that's actually 3 because Tyson has been downed as well. So Mad Knight looking to be down to only the Beast right now.
Yeah, and
What?
I mean this is what I was saying. There was a bit of an opportunity window that was missed by the Mad Knights. Solo found their way back in, and yeah, they lost one player in the form of Playboy, but that doesn't mean that they're down and out. They still had 3 players. They were still able to make things happen. They found that way back in. They found the foot in the door, and they used it. And now the Mad Knights are on the run, and instead of picking up kills, they are now going to be walking away with deaths, which is a little bit unfortunate for them. Moving into the rest of Miramar, that's going to really be a pain in the side, a thorn in the side at least, because now they're going to have to snake it and try and make it. And the zone has shifted once again, moving in towards the center, just up towards the northwest maybe. Teams are going to have to start rotating in, and it looks like we've already got a couple of fights happening in and amongst the players there. 4KT taking a little bit of damage, and now it is down to the teams to get their rotations on as quickly as they can. The Blues are not doing too much damage at the moment, but on Miramar, just based on the sheer size, you could get caught out in the zone for a little bit longer than you want to, so you want to make sure you get rotating a little bit quicker than usual. If you can find those vehicles, then that is exactly what you need. We were busy talking a bit earlier. I think it was Vipo who mentioned how important vehicles have become, especially on a map like this, and I think that does tend to ring true. He has the battles now coming in between Underrated Esports and 4KT, and there it is, Plaza. He's going to be running you over, making a road pancake out of you.
I love it. I love it. The drive-by strat comes to fruition here for Slime 4KT, and they definitely need it because they are in the crossfire. Zeus still alive, at least, to get some of those reses up, but now this is the push that Underrated Esports needs. Not only do they need to make the run for, the revive of their teammate, but they need to finish off Slime 4KT, who is, I believe, only down to Zeus, who's busy trying to get a res up. Nades are going to go out for a little bit of cover. The meds have been popped. The blue zone comes through. Zeus is going to be taken down in a matter of a couple of seconds. And Slime 4KT will be taken up in 15th position here. Patchy Slime 4KT. This is not what I wanted from them on Miramar.
Yeah, and I mean, the question has to come through when you start asking, okay, what is the play on a map like Miramar, where a team like 4KT is very capable and they have a pretty decent strat book? Where does it become useful to just pull out one of those strats and go, okay, let's try something? Because, I mean, you start to question, you say, okay, is 4KT actually decent enough on this map without the strat, which is just playing regularly? Because right now, they haven't really been showing that. Now there's a long-range engagement happening here between the sidemen. Hunter, with that car in hand, just doing a little bit of damage. And it seems like Hunter and Nerf Me have just been on that sniper life today.
Oh, it's been so good to see. I mean, that shot from Hunter towards BBC was disgusting. It was gross, but we loved it. We absolutely loved it. So, I mean, if they are on the sniper life, they have just found themselves the prime map to make that happen. On Miramar, where we know long-range engagements, they can literally pay in dividends. It's all you potentially could need to make an absolute splash on this map. So, of course, zone centering towards Los Leones. Sidemen have set themselves up beautifully with some great high ground here to work on the rotations of these teams. Again, with the cards in hand, this could be very messy for the surrounding teams that have to make rotations into the zone. In the meanwhile, Fear have also found Underrated, who just got off of the back of that battle with Slime 4KT, so they might be hurting just a tad as they need to make a push into the zone.
Yeah, they've got to make that push as quickly as possible because there are teams and players waiting to capitalize. Paraboy getting taken down here by Swags as, well, he was a bit of a straggler, not really in any position to get rezzed, and team not there to assist. Fear going to be hopping in those vehicles and getting a move on as soon as possible. We are in zone number 4, moving in towards zone number 5. Now, if you trust Snare's prediction, then we are only halfway into the amount of zones that we are about to see on this map, and we still have 14 teams remaining, so it's still possible that we will make it into zone at number 8 with 9 teams, although somehow it seems like a bit of a stretch to me. But for now, we will still consider it possible as the Raptors are under a little bit of fire here from Fear. Fear trying to find a few shots in towards them. You can see those HPs not looking too good on the side of Fear. They have to be careful for this engagement.
Oh, careful indeed. Rotation's not going to come through. Of course, Raptor staring down the barrel of Fear at this time. Beautiful line of sight just to tap away with the Mini 14. And the blue zone can potentially do the rest at this point in time. King has gone down. Raptor what I love about the positioning right now is they can gatekeep. They can literally contain fear outside of the zone and take complete control of this position as long as they are cautious with their surroundings. As we can see, BBC now getting involved with a little bit of a shot there towards Gorilla, I believe. So this could go either way, in all honesty. But as we take a look at it, Raptor have to take a little bit of time to recover, get some of the numbers back up, and this distraction from BBC is exactly what the teams need to get out of that situation, while Raptors are held up and are staying busy. So Fear should be fine getting back into the zone. In the meanwhile, all attention is towards 10X here, because we know they need to bring a beautiful game here. They are literally last on the overall leader, so they need to get some eliminations. They need to get a beautiful focus there towards those final placements. And right now, they're not looking too healthy with this push coming through from Mars.
Yeah, certainly not. And Mars prepping those nades, getting ready to knock them out. 10X desperately in need of points, desperately in need of something back, and they're just not finding it. Daz, of course, is going to succumb to his wounds, going to die there. As the Mad Knights get eliminated in the kill feed. Just another team that's been absolutely heavily hitting throughout the season, just getting eliminated very swiftly, very early on, much earlier than we expected. We still have 12 teams on the board at the moment, 39 players. The nades are just absolutely flying right now. Sunny looking for a bit of a shot in towards the sidemen. Hunter taking a bit of damage there. We've got the Chaos Kings all the way on the other side of this fight. So, I mean, things are getting even more difficult for the teams as time goes by. We're moving in towards zone number 5 now. So things are not going to get any easier here. And these teams have just been on point with the nade usage today. And that is making things very difficult for a lot of these teams.
I love it. I love it. Just boom, 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 all the way to the end of the phase. We still have 12 teams alive into the fourth phase, potentially the 5th phase now moving forward. Chaos King still alive. Los Leones absolutely popping off, as we can see. Nzimbi also finding Raptors, so good opportunity for them to also pick up some points. And I'm happy to see that different names are coming to fruition on that kill feed. There are teams jumping and stepping up to the plate that we haven't been talking about today. Raptors as well, they've been a team that's been in and out of conversation, and hopefully today we might, or in this match, we might be changing our story about them completely. BBC, Patchy, I'm surprised you haven't been, shouting out of your absolute mind. They've also been picking a couple of eliminations, picking some beautiful fights, and hitting some crazy, crazy shots.
Yeah, I mean, they have been doing relatively well, not only today, but just overall so far, and the performance is getting them a pretty decent spot on the overall leaderboard at the moment. We are watching some teams clamber about in a building. We got from Mars moving up towards the top here to secure some of those kills through the smoke, and Turbo just trying to spray through and find something as the players are crawling all around. We do have a bit of a hazard coming up in that blue zone. We'll start to close on Zaltron, taking a few shots from Turbo, and he just gets exploded. The Scar, it's enough to just blow the vehicles up. DK is celebrating wherever he is right now, having a bit of a party, and Kratos going to come through with that third-party shot. As you mentioned, BBC finding some very good fights today, and they will certainly continue on that streak, just picking up some nice knocks over there from the top of your hill. Kratos with a very nice overwatch. Yeah, they do have to be careful. That blue zone has started to move. It's Zgud moving through to see if he can find something here. Bipolar is being pushed, and he is going to lose the fight as well. The double peak is going to be enough. 10X getting eliminated from there. Kratos just coming through to make people's lives a nuisance. Exo Redefined getting eliminated as well. That's 9 teams remaining. Now, if we are to suspect, we still need... Oh, well, there it is. I was about to say we would need to go for a few more zones for Snare's prediction to come true, but no, we have actually gone down at 8 teams remaining now, so it can't be any more. It's Trinity Gaming now moving up on towards Trix. Trix just in an untenable situation. There's no ways that they can get the win here, and indeed, Trinity Gaming just too quick, too fast, too many players. Chaos Kings cannot keep up. They're trying to get the res in. Minato coming through from Mars. They get eliminated at 7 teams now remaining as the Chaos absolutely turns up to 11. Trix getting knocked down as he tries to find some recompense, and Trinity Gaming eliminated by BBC, who has just continued to be a thorn in the side. And as proxy, this is the strategy that we usually see from the likes of 4KT, but now it's BBC finding the angles from the hills, picking up those kills, and just being an absolute pest.
I was just about to say, mini 14s. I mean, finding yourself on the hilltop, shooting at anyone and everyone you can find. I was smelling a little bit of G3 Tempo or Slime 4KT, but no, it's BBC coming to fruition to an absolute amazing opportunity here. And Chaos Kings, they've somewhat recovered. Trix is still down, but the danger is still looming. At least the zone rotation will bless them just a tad, as they are much closer than most. Of course, at the moment, the rotations have to come through for the rest of the teams, including BBC, who will have to give up their hilltop absolute terror, hilltop of terror that they've been, applying to the rest of the teams. And now we question Team Unique and, of course, Chaos Kings, the first two teams that find themselves in the zone. Again, a little bit blessed. But the rest of the teams have been applying some beautiful pressure. The in terms of the numbers that we have available here, 6 teams, 20 players, BBC falling down in the vehicle of fire into Sidemen. It's going a little bit downhill for the teams that didn't find themselves in the zone.
Yeah, it is absolutely the case here. Chaos is what is happening right now as the teams are sandwiched between very, very tough situations on every single side. On every front, there is a difficulty that needs to be overcome right now. BBC making the rotate in towards the zone to try and secure themselves a spot, because they know if they try and make that late rotate, it is not going to work out. And Zimbi trying to secure themselves a spot as well. You can see Arcos just tossing those nades, trying to find himself something exist, spraying down in towards the Raptors, who have found themselves in an unwinnable position there behind that vehicle. It explodes and they get sent back to the lobby. Now 5 teams remaining here as we move in zone number 6 towards number 7. BBC taking some losses. Sunny the last one in the smoke to try and stay alive up here against Zimbi. We'll see if they can make it happen. Dark Ghost has managed to anchor that spot for the team, which will allow the rotate for the rest of the team. 3 players about to roll up on towards Sunny, who is alone here besides the vehicle. We can see that a couple of teams have made their way on into that zone, and all of them just finding themselves a small piece of that pie, except for one of the teams, which does need to get that rotate on in as quickly as possible. And Zimbi have decided for the 2-2 split. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Oh, what's even worrisome, even more worrisome for BBC and the last remaining player here is, of course, Sidemen moving on through, but Chaos Kings might be the answer to that, as they found a little bit of at least something here to work with. It's all down to Hunter in a matter of seconds, and Chaos Kings still within a position to get at least some reses up. I was going to say, until I saw a Wild Exist running through the defenses here of Chaos Kings with absolutely zero fear to work with here. Tricks behind the care package now, having to face off with this one-on-one. In the meantime, Freza trying to provide some utility and just some sort of cover while Minato is focused on Hunter. Beautiful nade coming through from Exist, and once again the push comes through. It's a solo push from Unique to take out the entirety so far of Chaos Kings, down to now 2 members, with Hunter in the back line, who still has to make a rotation. Freza might be running into a nade, and now the backup from Unique comes through, comes knocking on the door, and Zimbi now feeling some pressure from Sunny all of a sudden. So all of this, just these solo plays have been insane, but BBC will go out in 5th place. That nade should be crazy. Freza's gonna go down, and I don't see a way out of this for Minato. It's 1v2, 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way out. There's just too many players, too many bullets, too many angles. Minato trying his best to fight a good fight, and the drop shots are keeping him alive for just a little bit longer. The box offering a bit of cover, but it's not enough. The peak from Hainsley does eventually come through, and the kill does get Chaos Kings get eliminated. Dark Ghost is going to be dropped as well. The play zone just doing what it does best. 3 teams remaining. The Sidemen keeping themselves alive in the form of Hunter, who has secured a cheeky position up on this rock that has kept his team alive into the top 3 slots. So at least double-digit placement points being secured for him. In Zimbi, in a bit of a difficult spot. HP is getting very, very low, but that blue zone's about to become a nuisance. The teams have got to be careful. Zimbi's in a good spot. They've got numbers and they've got positions. They're trying to consolidate the team, but Hunter trying not to let them, but not able to find those shots, not able to find the spray that he was looking for. Dark Ghost does get eliminated by the play zone, and now it's a case of who is going to make it into the zone, because right now, in Zimbi, look like they've got this one on lock.
I am very impressed by the position here coming through from Kay. She's managed to find a position within zone, and the rest of the team is now trying to make that rotation as well, focusing a little bit towards Hunter, just applying a little bit of the damage now, but the push has to come through. In Zimbi, of course, they've set themselves into the zone. They are the last team to be zone blessed in the situation. They just need to stay alive. Hunter still needs to be taken out for them to get into that potential second place, first place even further, but Your Team Unique is not stepping down anytime soon, at least neither is Inzimbi. Wizard Path coming through with a beautiful shot. Hunter is finally, then days are finally numbered thanks to Keish. So Sidemen will go down in third place, and Inzimbi still in a good position until the shots from Unique come through once again. This is the opportunity that Keish has been waiting for. They've been lying silently in the grasses, snaking about, waiting for this opportunity to push through. And now with 2 members down, the reses have to come through. It is down to potentially 2 now. At least 1 res comes through and makes that only 1 member from Nzimbi who's still alive. The shots are at least returned. But for how long? It is only Akil who is still left alive here, up against 2 from Team Unique.
Oh, man, what a tough spot. The res does come through for Nzimbi, so it's not down and out just yet. The reses are coming through for Unique as well, but I don't think Keish is going to be able to find his way back unless Akil decides to opt for the heal instead of the push, and it looks like he will. So the consolidation should be able to come through. That's a nice nade from Hainsley. That's doing the damage. This could be the go signal, and it looks like it might be. Unique now pushing up on towards the heal. Those nades are absolutely flying, doing the damage. This could be the softening up that they're looking for. The eliminations come through, and Hainsley ready to put that final nail in the coffin, and he'll find it. The winner chicken dinner comes through, and that will be a very nice and secured final team play there by Team Unique with 2.7k damage over there with 16 elims. That's 31 points for this game.
Yes!
And there is, you were asking for this, S-Proxy. You were asking for Team Unique to step up. You said, what is this? Snare pointed it out. He was asking, where's the performance? What were they looking for? Where's the execution at? And they answered here in map number 3.
Oh, I couldn't be happier. Snare, you need to celebrate with me. Team Unique have finally shown what they are capable of on Miramar.
On Miramar, but before I celebrate with you, I still have to apologize to all the other squads for talking trash about Unique to the point where I cursed them in the opposite direction and they just popped the hell off. Not only did they come through with a strong performance, being a lot more consistent than they were throughout the day, but they were very clearly the best team on the map, the best team in the lobby on Miramar, and they looked phenomenal throughout it. They take this one away with 31 points. Damn! That is a massive haul for themselves, and now they're going to be very secure in that top 8, securing a very good finish for themselves, and I'm pretty sure they secured an MVP vote as well. Let us take a look. Who is it going to be? Who is the one that came out the woodwork firing hard? And of course, it's going to be Cash. Woof. So much work being done, but there was also work being done in terms of positioning. How Unique were able to consolidate that final zone, it was really, really good. Yes, we did have one of the players from Sidemen being able to find a good position in the mountains, trying to hold things from that angle. But Unique says no. Whether you're in the mountains, whether you're hiding inside a building, whether you're in the long grass, it doesn't matter. We will find you, we will hunt you, and we will get the points out of you.
Keish was not only, absolutely deadly in terms of the damage and eliminations that they brought through, but as you mentioned, just absolutely key to that victory for Team Unique towards the end. I mean, the scouting that they made possible, the pathing they made possible for Unique was because they took that early rotation, which was risky. They were lying in the grass. I mean, absolutely chaos was raining down around them. So managing to find that opening path, managing to find, some crazy eliminations and damage as well, has just bolstered Team Unique to an entirely new level, and this is what we were waiting for. So I'm so happy it's come to fruition on the last map of today.
Yeah, this is where you have to try and make your final push happen, and they certainly demonstrated it for us here today. So Unique, shout out to them for overcoming the inconsistency of the day and yanking out a performance of this magnitude, of this caliber. Of course, that'll lead to them taking the points tally, the lion's share of it. Let's take a look exactly how many points they were able to get out of this Miramar matchup. So as we are taking a look here, Patchy, this is starting to look good for them. They get a winner chicken dinner, a bunch of eliminations, but look how lopsided it was eliminations wise between them and every other team chasing. They just dominated this match. You have to combine the points from Sidemen and Team Nzimbi if you want to get to where Team Unique was. Tell me, what do you think that they did right that other teams should be copying here on Miramar?
I mean, to be fair, this match that we just witnessed here on Miramar was a little bit more, how do I even say this? It was a little bit more antsy than we usually see Miramar to be. Usually the larger spaces of Miramar allow the teams more space, more freedom, and it generally takes longer to get things going. This time around, the teams just seemed like they wanted to get into the mess right away. They were like, let's go. I mean, we started things out with a battle where people were just whipping out the shotguns and they were going ham. We saw a very nice utility battle in the first few minutes of the game. It was fantastic. I mean, the teams have just stepped it up in such a big way that things are not easy regardless of the stage. I mean, you cannot take anything for granted now. It's like you are being called to action straight away. You are being tested. Your limits are being tested. Your abilities are being tested right from the get-go. As for Unique, they were able to slog it out. They were able to find the kills that they were looking for. I mean, that's really the critical point of this. They were able to win the fights, and of course, that comes through just a myriad of different things. I mean, whether we're talking good eliminations from the long range, whether we're talking good consolidation from the team so that they didn't get split up or caught out, whether we're talking good pushes or great defense, whatever it is, Unique was able to find those kills. They were able to keep their team in the game, move in towards the final few zones, and then they were just able to play it exactly as they needed to. They didn't let the ball drop. They made sure that Nzimbi didn't pick up the pace and find anything back, because Nzimbi definitely had the opportunity to maybe stop the push from Unique in towards the zone, but instead Unique took the ball into their own hands and well, they made a good play with it, and you can see how that turned out for them. They were able to more than double their points. So a very well played game from Unique, and unfortunately a lot of the teams on this particular page not really feeling that blessing of points.
Nope. You were talking about how this did feel a bit more aggressive than what we normally expect. It feels like people were carrying over aggression from Sanhok that they didn't get to fully express into Miramar instead. Unfortunately, many of the teams failed the test here. Solo Esports, Mad Knight, Trinity Gaming, hell, even G3 Temper, teams that we've seen do well both in the last few weeks and earlier tonight, not necessarily being able to eke out that much of a good performance here at Miramar. But the teams that we really have to worry about are G3 Temper and Slime 4KT. As this is not what we wanted. These two teams getting nothing out of this, especially given that these are the two teams, I'm going to keep reiterating this, they've played the fewest games, and they will have the fewest games by the time we get to the end of the league stage. So they need every single point that they can get. Getting nothing is simply unacceptable, isn't it?
You know what's even more bizarre? I mean, compared to the last couple of seasons, you can ask any caster that was there. G3 Temper and Slime 4KT were the standard for Miramar. They were the standard for any sort of strategy on Miramar. So the fact that they are the two teams that did the worst, I can't comprehend this yet. So you're gonna have to ask me next time. But hopefully they're gonna bring the action. They need to bring the action.
Yeah, they need to make something special happen, and they need to make it happen soon, because when we look at what this means for our overall rankings at the moment, the points tally that's been picked up by some of these squads that have overperformed today, teams like Chaos Knight now suddenly in 4th place, Solo Esports not necessarily moving from their position, a sort of lackluster evening, but they did well enough last week that it doesn't really matter. And of course, Team Unique, Raptor Esports, they've now suddenly catapulted over such teams like Team Apex to put themselves firmly in that top 8 conversation. For Mad Knight, though, very quiet day at the office. But Patchy, this is what you get from being able to have a phenomenal week. That you can literally go 2 maps back to back, earning a grand total of 5 points, and still stay second, just off the strength of one incredible week last time around.
Yeah. I mean, that you've said it exactly right. I mean, that is what you have earned yourself when you put in such a fantastic performance in any given week. You can take a little bit of a back seat and go, all right, cool. You guys can show us what you've got. We've done our work. We've done our job for a bit. We're going to take a bit of a break. 3 games, 5 points. Yeah, no problem. Let's go. I mean, yeah, they're still up there on position number 2 in the overall ranking, and I mean, they've definitely earned themselves that respite, and that is the benefit. I mean, I pointed this out when you asked me the question earlier on when the season started. I mean, that is the benefit of putting in the work early, is that you can then take that early break and start to prepare yourself, your team, and your mind for the next phase of the tournament. You know, whereas some of the other teams, they're going to be stressing just a little bit to try and put some more points on the board before then.
Yep. But the teams here in the top 8 don't have to stress necessarily that much just yet. The stress does start to kick in a little bit if you are 9th to 16th, but you're still feeling very positive about yourself. BBC have now elevated themselves into top 9, not that far away from getting into the top 8, so Apache should be ecstatic about their performance here. Of course, we spoke earlier about Trinity Gaming slowly but surely putting together some consistency. 3rd map on Miramar, not the greatest from them this evening, but still good enough that they find themselves in the top 10. G3 Temper, as despite the fact that it was awful on Miramar, They've still done enough today that they are in the top 16. They dropped some positions to teams like Fear who have overtaken them due to better performances, but it must be a huge load off their back. 6 matches, but you're still in the top 16, so you don't have to stress that much about the future games.
Down to that 20 points a game that they found on Sanhok. I mean, at the end of the day, if you put one good game forward, we've been saying this time and time again, you could be securing yourself. You could be changing the face of the next, phase of the Umzansi Esports League. So, G3 Temper, they're in 14th. Maybe do a little bit more just to give themselves some breathing room here because it's getting close. But at least still in the top 16, so looking happy. Same with Sidemen. I've been pretty impressed with their shots from today, and I hope that they continue that. Nerf Me and Hunter on the snipers. Keep it going. I like everything about that situation.
Yeah, the long-range plays that we saw from Sidemen did very good job. And they were somewhat quiet until the final portions of the zone, but it allowed them to get enough points to be in 15th position right now. Of course, these are the teams that at present are finding themselves in the top 16. So they are, for now, secured for playoff weekend. These are the teams that are chasing, though, from 17th to 24th. Underrated Esports with 57 points from the Days of Fair. We do not have that many teams that find themselves not having the games that they need to climb up the ranking board. But the thing that's scary here is just how shallow the point distribution is. One good game or just one good placement, even if you don't get that many eliminations, can easily shuffle the order that we see here after the second day of play in this third week. One of the teams here that I really want to see more of going forward, I want to see more from Black Clover and Underrated Esports and hope that they can pick up the pace in the next couple of weeks. But what we really want to talk about here, Apache, the relegation battle, the teams that are struggling, suffering, that need to somehow pull off massive performances to climb out of this hole. Energy and 10X Africa, teams I'm very worried about because their performances, especially 10X Africa, been very, very poor so far. But Slime 4KT, well, we've got to keep bringing it up. Poor performances today. They are still in this relegation battle. And because of how much the gap is extending, it used to be the case that one good performance would automatically put you top 8. That is starting to no longer be true, Patchy. And suddenly Slime 4KT can't necessarily rely on just one good map anymore.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, the teams basically, I'd say Team Energy all the way up to EXO Redefined are still in a position where if you get that good game, you create opportunities for yourself. But it's exactly like you said, it's stopped becoming a case of, oh, we get that miracle game and suddenly we're A-okay. Now it's a case of we get that miracle game and we kind of need another one. Or at least we need a very good, consistent performance from here on out once we've got that. Because, if you were to slap another 30 points on the board right now, you move yourself up a page or so, and then you've got to make sure that you don't drop the ball on that. Otherwise, like you said, that relegation is looming, the relegation is coming, and it does chop off. I mean, there's no stopping it if you're in this bottom page here. It's going to happen. And so really the pressure is definitely on now. You can just feel it. The teams need to really kick it into high gear, especially if you're a team that's maybe been playing a little bit back, a little bit more reserved. You want to make sure that you don't get relegated, because what's the point of playing reserved if you're just going to not be able to play fully? So at least pull up a couple of percentages in terms of your overall performance. Crank up your energy and your try-hardiness just a little bit to get yourself out of here, because otherwise you're doing yourself a disservice. There is some serious prize money up for grabs and a really great experience in the rest of the stages of this tournament as well.
Yeah, a lot to still play for here, and a lot that needs to happen if you want to climb out of this relegation battle of the bottom 8 teams. Of course, we still have to look forward to the teams from the Nkosi Super Cup who are on the come up and who are capable of posting up some very high numbers as well. So you can't necessarily rest on your laurels in that portion of the relegation battle. Of course, that means that we're going to be looking at who's been posting up the most numbers so far in the Umzansi Esports League. And this has been very stable up until today. Today, Solo Esports and Chaos Kings, did enough to upset the order of affairs in the elimination leader battle. Still at the top is Skydo, 28 eliminations, 41,000 damage, or 4,100 damage, It's a lot. So Strix, though, coming in second with 21 kills. Savage, third place with 19. The Beast from Mad Knights, 18th as well. And, of course, Solo Esports managing 17 for Playboy. Talk to me about this. Mad Knights, of course, they did amazing things last week with Savage and the Beast. Didn't necessarily perform that well today. But the bulk of these kills from Strix come from this evening, come from today. Before today, Strix was a very far afterthought in the elimination leaders. Now suddenly second How good is this for the internal morale of the team of the Chaos Kings going forward in their future fixtures?
Yeah, look, I think after that one game where Trix picked up 10 eliminations within one singular map, I think Chaos Kings had already a little bit of momentum boost, and the rest of the teams, they should be shaking in their boots just a tad, because Trix has obviously changed their diets, and they have brought some great protein and some nutrition into the mix, clearly, because they were just absolutely on point. But jokes aside, it's absolutely well-deserved from Chaos Kings. I mean, they had phenomenal performances on Erangel, as we saw, with that coastal line, team fight breakout. And for Mad Knight, for Solar Esports and Zero Tolerance, of course, these are players that we are sort of expecting at this point in time, but still great opportunities, as we can tell from tonight, as we can tell from Trix's performance, for this to completely change up within one evening. So I'm just happy that we actually got to witness this today.
I am ecstatic that we got to witness this, and of course any Chaos Kings fans will be very happy at home seeing their favorite team perform quite well. However, there's been a lot of teams that did quite well today that haven't been doing so up until this point. Special shout out to the Sidemen, to Team Unique, to Raptor Esports for being able to pull out some of these performances that we knew they were capable of. We just didn't necessarily see from them. G3 Temper, of course, also made a decent splash this evening, especially given their prior position, and especially given that they do not have all their game days played out, so they need any good performance to elevate them as highly as humanly possible. With that, though, we are done with the third week of Umzansi Esports League action. We've just seen the PUBG Mobile segment. We've just concluded FIFA22 earlier on in this day, and we still are seeking the best of the best in Africa. Before we close this one out, S-Proxy, I'll give you the last words to mark your return to the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. What is your play of the evening, your favorite passage of PUBG Mobile action that we saw tonight?
Vehicles exploding. No, it's also just the sheer utility that was coming out from these teams. I mean, we wanted to see a little bit more of that because of the meta changes, and I'm glad to see that the grenade aim has just improved overall across all of these teams, and they're bringing that same sort of fire and energy that we would expect on international stages. So I want to see more of those explosions in the next week. I want to see more of that crazy, drive-by action coming through, because it's so good to watch. It's so good to experience.
So good to watch, and it's very entertaining to experience as well. So the nade meta is certainly not going to be going anywhere here in the Umzansi Esports League. Unfortunately, we will be going somewhere. For now, that is. We'll return in 6 days, next week Tuesday, to continue with this action and to see who is going to be changing up and shuffling the leaderboard here in the PUBG Mobile things, who's going to be scoring all the necessary goals to change their fortunes in FIFA22, and who's going to be grabbing a hold of that $17,600 prize pool in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Until then, we will see you. This is Snare, Patchy, and S-Proxy signing out. Please make sure to go and give your love to both S-Proxy and Patchy online for all the hard work they put in tonight. Give Nodwin Gaming Africa your love as well online. Give yourself some love and return very fresh for some more African esports action. Until next week, we will see you then. This is the Umzansi Esports League, and we're signing out.